Okay. Good evening and welcome to the 6th meeting of the Planning Board for fiscal year 2024. At this time, I would now like to call the meeting to order and begin by introductions of the Planning Board and the staff. We can begin with Jim. Introduce yourself.
Jim Davis, member.
Cheryl Tagaya, secretary.
Sean Fahey, member.
Maggie Oldfield, member.
And Meredith Hall serving as chair. We will begin with our administrative items. We first have the approval of our minutes that were sent out. Cheryl did do some edits to the 3rd and the 10th. I have not had a chance to read them. I apologize.
I haven't either.
And anyway, you have not either. So if that, could I have a motion to defer? Is it okay if we defer the minutes to our, let's say to the 28th, our next meeting?
Make a motion to defer the minutes of the 28th.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. So we now have the discussion of our next meeting dates. We have a regular scheduled meeting for September 28th is the next regular scheduled meeting. But we do have a meeting, which Tim will highlight and talk about, that we have on the 25th is going to be the public forum, which the public is invited to 7 p.m. In the Keys, not the
6:30.
6:30 in the Keys room, and that will be on the MBTA Communities public forum. So everyone's invited to join in person, and I believe there will be a Zoom link too, Tim, on that. Is it Zoom also? No, it's all in person at the Keys room at the Milton Public Library. So
What date again? Can you restate
that
the
is
date?
the 25th.
9/25.
9:25. Thank you. And
Appreciate it.
yes, so that will be our the next scheduled meeting. There's also, I will just say, a open space and recreation public meeting also in the Keys room. Is that at 7 p.m.
That'll be 6:30 to 8:30 on Monday.
On Monday the 18th?
We have a hard stop at 8:30 in the Keys
Okay.
room, so we try to start a half an hour early.
6:30 to 8:30, and that is, if anyone is interested in hearing about the open space and recreation plan, that's also on the website if anybody wants to look. Next, we have our staff update. Tim?
Working on, you'll be talking about tonight, so.
Perfect. Sounds great. And at this time, citizens speak. If there's anyone from the public who would like to speak this evening, please come and join us. Welcome. You can come actually and come and sit. And if you'd like to sit in front of the microphone so people can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you. And just say your name for the record and your address, please.
Okay, Jean Bronk, and I live at 40 Caroline Drive.
Great. Welcome, Jean.
Thank you. So now I do my little speech.
Now you can talk. Yes.
It's very,
Good. Welcome. I
very
hope you don't
short.
feel intimidated
I
being
wanna
here.
Thank
So
you for the
thank
chance
you.
to come and speak before you, and also to thank you for the service that you all do for the town. I'm here, I have lived in Milton, fortunately, for over 20 years. And I'm here today to ask you to consider enacting the MBTA law. So let's see, I'm sorry, I had to do notes. I'm not good at doing this.
that's okay. That's okay.
I believe our future in Milton and the community, the Commonwealth, requires that there will be fewer trucks and cars on the roads. There just won't be room. And top quality public transit, which seems an impossibility. But to me, those things are both difficult to achieve, but it's essential, I think. Those improvements and maybe more housing for workers so that will help our economic health. So you know where I'm going with this. So let's not make density a dirty word. Let's think instead of safety and comfort as our goals. I, along with others, understand our present zoning law needs to mesh better with present and future needs of the town. So I urge the board to comply with the MBTA Communities Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Great. Anyone online?
We have Diane Agostino.
Okay. We can bring in,
I actually don't have, can I be made a host?
yes, if we can make Tim a host and then welcome Diane.
In the meantime, if there's someone else in the
Does-
crowd.
All right, you got it? Are you host?
I'm good.
Good, all right. And while Tim's getting that sort of teed up, is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak for Citizen Speak?
We've
Yes.
got Diane in the
Oh.
email. She's good.
Oh, sorry, okay, sorry, we'll get you to you next. All right,
Good
Diane?
evening.
Yes. Good
Good
evening.
evening. Oops, sorry, I keep hearing back up there. It asked me to unmute. The one thing I would ask before I make my comments is, could not hear anything at 50% of what the prior speaker said. And at the last meeting, we could not hear planning board members. So if every speaker really could speak into the mics, I know the town planner spoke earlier, could not hear him as well because I'm viewing on Zoom. So, and I'm sure many others. Also, the closed caption transcript is not working. I just wanted, is it Tom or Tim, whoever's handling it? Thank you very much for this opportunity. Diane DiTullio Agostino, Precinct 9 Town Meeting Member, as well as a former select person, Chair of the Commission on Disability, and I think it's 45 years as a town meeting member now. I'm speaking on two topics, hope to be very brief. One of the topics before you is a new application for the assisted living residents at 111 Highland Street, which I believe is categorized as under Article 97 wetlands. The planning board in previous years, and it's documented in the meetings, did agree, and upon advice of town council, with the residents, and it's in your minutes, prior minutes, you weren't all on the board at that time, not to allow an assisted living residence to be built on that site. Mass General Chapter 19D, as well as the rules and regulations, CMR 651, identify that the construction of this developer would in fact need to be certified as an assisted living residence, and it would be termed a special care resident unit. The actual law itself is all about assisted living residences. The regulations get into other terms, but the term memory care unit is a marketing term. And I'm very concerned that a prior planning board, upon advice of town council, and it's in your minutes, had let the residents who live downstream of that property be confirmed they would not build an assisted living residence, which it is. I also understand, but I did not witness it, so I'm not 100% sure, that the COMCOM voted Tuesday night to approve this development without reviewing any of the pending hydrologist studies I believe your board has asked for, and without even replying as a courtesy to the attorney that the Spafford Coalition had hired. The CONCOM has previously cited in some of their approvals that their rules and regulations, which are not certified by the town clerk in any documents in the town, because I've checked into that, holds that they have a right to do things for the good of the town. That does not hold any legal standing in any federal, state, or local law to say that we, the CONCOM, can agree to build anything on wetlands or subdivide different areas just because we feel it's for the good of the town. So in keeping with past planning board concessions, I would say that the one thing this planning board needs to keep in mind is that this area of the town is downstream, and we don't need a Leominster situation. Those poor people in Leominster, who knows how long it's going to take for them to once again be able to return to the homes that have been washed away. The last month has certainly taught us the power of water and the need for wetlands. The second topic is on the Milton's Planning Board doing their due diligence, which I greatly appreciate, and there should be no complaints about the time it's taking, because as we all know, while the Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3, which deals with multifamily communities near MBTA stations, was signed into law when right before Governor Baker left. The issue is on August 17th of this year, last month, the guidelines changed. And it's very interesting that only 12 towns, including Milton, are required to make this decision on the zoning, and I'm not saying whether I'm for or against, but to make this decision on the zoning by December 31st of this year, with the approval of the Attorney General's Municipal Law Unit. It actually is an impossibility. There's just not enough dates there. So I appreciate the work you're doing with the consultants. I hope that you receive from the consultants the information that you have requested, especially, there's a concern, yes, there could be a penalty of not doing or not creating these zones, but we can also endure a financial penalty by not properly taking on these zones and how many units we actually allow. So I greatly appreciate, and I understand the only one with authority and charge, as per the town council's response to your request for clarification regarding the select board's submission of an article, is that the select board can initiate an idea of a zoning, but only your board has the authority to create, amend, or repeal. So if in fact the select board's article went forward, town council did not fully reply in detail to the fact that it would not be following the laws. And I greatly commend the resiliency that the five of you have to do your due diligence, your homework. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. And a big pat on the back to all of you.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you very much. Anyone next? Yes, please come forward. Thanks. Welcome. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Matt Morong, 136 Elliott Street. So good evening, Chair Hall and Milton Planning Board. I'm here again to update my concerns, this time regarding the process and the potential outcomes from recent planning board actions related to the MBTA Communities Act. The board voted last week to send a letter drafted by citizen Mark Christo to the MBTA seeking trolley reclassification. This action sets a concerning precedent on many levels. Is the board inviting submission of letters from all unelected, unaccountable citizens on its behalf? If so, I have a few I'd like to send your way. One consequence of this is the lack of expertise that is evident in this document, now serving as an official position of a town body. The letter's assertions run the gamut, from uninformed to factually inaccurate, to lacking context, to half-truths. I stated my concern about the assertions put forth by Mr. Christo to the Select Board several months ago. I'm not going to do you the favor of calling them out, but I encourage you to save the town the embarrassment of presenting these inaccurate assertions to our state leaders and elected officials. I assume that this letter will only create confusion about what on earth is going on in Milton. It could be laughable if the stakes weren't so high. But the stakes are high. There's a much bigger issue at play here. Milton's current zoning laws have created an exclusive, economically segregated enclave, walled off from its neighbors by decades of socially regressive land use laws. This exclusivity and the segregation that accompanies it will only continue to grow as demand increases, and the town does nothing to change its land use policies in response. The state has passed a law asking the suburban communities to do just that, to pitch in and allow the expansion of multifamily zoning. And given Milton's proximity to Boston and access to transit, it is logical and correct to concentrate significant development here. The tactic to reduce Milton's zoning obligation by asking to downgrade its MBTA service classification has potential ramifications that will harm Milton and its neighbors who also rely on the Mattapan line. It is a privileged position, perhaps not surprising, coming from an economically segregated, wealthy enclave, to approach the issue of the Mattapan line by not advocating aggressively for its improvement, but rather to toss up our hands as a town, cynically act like there's nothing that can be done about it, and ask to be let off the hook for our obligations under state law due to its underperforming service. Private vehicle ownership doesn't work for everyone, and these people, whether due to age, physical limitations, or economics, have the potential to suffer the most from this bizarre, regressive advocacy. This feels especially sinister, given that the newest smoking gun that is cited in the letter the Planning Board has adopted, the cancellation of plans for an extension of heavy rail service to Mattapan in 1968, came as a result of a lawsuit filed by Milton. In 1968, the town took a step that in part created the conditions that you're complaining about today. We sought this outcome as a town, and now we're asking to be let off the hook because of its consequences. What on earth is going on in Milton? The MBTA Communities Act has also been criticized by its opponents because it isn't an affordable housing law. It relies on market forces to reduce the economic burden on Boston area homebuyers. But to those who make this criticism, why don't you lead an effort to make the law an affordable housing generator here in Milton? This is unquestionably an issue here, or I think it is, and I ask if you want Milton to be more affordable. So I encourage the board to lead. Make the implementation of this law the first step toward greatly expanding the affordable housing offerings here in Milton. I see this law as an opportunity. You know this, I've said this before. I've seen this law as an opportunity for Milton to build on what makes it great. It's a beautiful, friendly community full of great people. I encourage the planning board to use their power to be proactive and solve the problems that they have with the MBTA communities law in a positive way. Is the MBTA flawed? Yes, I agree. Let's work to make it better. Can we rely on more than just market forces to make Milton more affordable? Yes, I agree. Let's expand Milton's affordable housing offerings. Is traffic annoying? Yes, I agree. Let's increase housing density and encourage commercial development to create walkable, transit-served neighborhoods that get people out of their cars. In closing, these are all issues that the Planning Board has the power to act on. Rather than throwing up your hands, I encourage you to use your imagination and lead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we have time for, if there's one more, is there anyone else?
We have Tosia Wells in the Zoom.
Tosia? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And this will be our last one because we do have a public hearing to begin, so. Welcome, Tosia.
Okay. Hello, I think I'm unmuted. Thank you for Tasha Wells, 179 Highland Street. I just want to thank you all for your consideration and all the work that each of you do for the town. There's an endless amount of work to be done, and I commend all of you for your public service. I'll be very brief and just say my family and I are still very much against the development of 111 Highland Street. Wetlands are vital, traffic concerns are alarming, and there is a lot of unanswered questions. I trust that the planning board will be doing a comprehensive review and make an informed decision, and that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
But Meredith, before we move on, I just wanted to say before the meeting started, an older woman came in and dropped off a packet for each one of us. She's on Cortlandt Circle.
Okay.
She said she couldn't stay for Citizen Speak, but just wanted her packet to be entered into the official record.
Perfect. Thank you. We can do that, and I'll
Is this mine or yours?
pass that on. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get that and appreciate that, her coming by. So at this time, that concludes Citizen Speak. We will now open the public hearing for 111 Highland Street site plan approval, which was continued, actually it says continued from 8:10.
Can't you do that? People know you're not doing public
Yes,
testimony.
and I will, yes, because I did speak to one neighbor. Welcome, Ned. Please come and welcome your team. Tonight, we are not going to be able to do a citizen's comment this evening. This is simply just an introduction for the group to come back, and it's a reintroduction of the project. And there will be ample time for public comment when we continue to the next meeting. So. And I've told the applicant we only have about 45 minutes. If we can just move through, highlight what's happened since we last met, and your introductions for members of the board who weren't here. But my apologies, because we just are under the gun with the
And
MBTA.
Meredith, can I just say, so we've got 111 Highland Street, then the Bent's project,
Yes.
then MBTA Communities. So, there's no seating rules here, but if you want to get a little more comfortable, there's space in the kitchen across the hall if you're here for one of the later agenda items. If you want a little more space to move around. Not kicking anyone out of the room, just want to let folks know that if you're not here for this
Yes.
hearing, you can hang out in there if you want.
Yeah.
We
Feel
can
free.
make these chairs available.
And yeah, we can bring some more chairs in there as well. So,
Yeah,
I think I dropped
great.
something.
Do you have the PowerPoint?
let
Thank
me,
you,
let
that's
me,
great.
let me
That-
bring that up, sorry.
Okay,
You can
all right,
introduce
Ned.
yourself first.
Thank you. For the record, Ned Corcoran, on behalf of Northbridge Companies, which is the applicant for it's actually special permit and site plan approval for the development of the property at 107 and 111 Highland Street in Milton. This is a new application. If you recall, on April 8th, the board consented to our motion to withdraw the prior application without prejudice to refile. We thought that for a couple of reasons that it would be appropriate to do that. One, as a new member of the board, the town, this is a big project. The town deserves to have all 5 members participating and voting on that project. Jim was not part of the board when we opened the initial hearing. And two, that given the number of changes that we're going through with plans, particularly as we're going through the Conservation Commission process, we thought it appropriate to start over with a fresh set. And so that people have hands-on, new, and up-to-date materials without having to refer back and forth. And so we did file to reopen a new application, and we're on for tonight. I have a presentation, basically the plan tonight, and obviously subject to time, was to do an introduction, again, to the history of the zoning, a discussion about the demand for memory care and assisted living. We've got Deborah Felton, Molly Welch from Fuller Village, and Denise Quealy to speak briefly. Introduce Wendy Nowakunski, who is the president of Northbridge, to talk about the Avita program, and then get into site civil with Paul Avery, and if there's time, site architecture with Rebecca Dillon. We'd anticipate coming back on the 28th with landscape architecture, construction, traffic, construction management, tree preservation, and any other things that we need to discuss.
Sorry, can you just repeat, Ned? So what you're not going to discuss tonight will be which topic?
We will not, we will discuss tonight, it may be only site civil.
Yeah, I don't think architecture will have
We
time.
probably won't get into architecture tonight. If we don't, we'll lead off with that on the 28th with landscape architecture, and then potentially traffic, construction management, tree preservation. Those could be topics for the following meeting, but that was the initial plan. And then obviously learn this evening that we have 45 minutes, so that will squeeze what's tonight.
Wait, so all of that is still part of your presentation?
Absolutely.
So it's a long, multi-night
Well, we-
presentation. So just to let the residents know during the presentation portion, there probably won't be an opportunity to speak, because we don't want it until the end of the presentation.
Right.
Correct, okay.
And obviously, if we close out a section of something and the board feels it's appropriate to open it up, then obviously
Right.
you're the board.
You're limited to an hour tonight?
45
45 minutes, so.
So, if you can move on to the fourth slide.
Josh actually has it, so.
Josh, fourth slide.
I'm sorry, I didn't introduce Josh.
So, what I thought it was important to do was to reset this development proposal in context. This is actually the product of planning that was undertaken by the planning board in the town in the last decade. The town planned for assisted living at this location. In 2011, 2012, I was representing another assisted living developer who had made an offer to purchase the property from the Milton Hospital, and I was actually sitting in this room waiting for Milton Hospital to call me and say, go ahead with zoning, because I'd worked a little bit with Alex Whiteside on the notion of putting zoning in place at this property. Ultimately, because the hospital is going through the throes of its merger with the BID Deaconess system, they just didn't have the bandwidth to do that, and it didn't go forward. 3 years later, in 2014, 2015, the planning board led the master plan process that involved over 500 members of the community and others, and adopted a planning board, a master plan in 2015 with a core theme of taking care of seniors and supporting their healthy aging in place, and a specific call to action to encourage Milton Hospital to pursue past proposal to develop assisted living facility on hospital-owned property across the street from the medical institution and adjacent to senior housing. Senior housing obviously being Winter Valley. In response to that call to action, the hospital issued a request for proposals, and in 2020-21 accepted a proposal from Northbridge companies to pursue the Avita of Milton memory care process. It was one of a number of proposals that they received. It was the one that they determined to be best value. Wasn't the highest value, but it was one that had, they deemed, lowest impact, provided the greatest response to needs that were perceived in the town, and substantial value, obviously, to the hospital and to the town. We then launched into an extensive process with neighbors and this board. We started meeting with neighbors in the second quarter of 2021, and in July of 21, June or July of 21, we started into 6 months of negotiations, review with the planning board so that the planning board could develop an article for submission to town meeting to provide framework for a memory care facility at this location. It's important to note that it was a planning board article. We obviously had a lot to do with drafting it, negotiated the site plan that was associated with it, and there was significant give and take with neighborhood and the planning board with respect to the final form of that site plan and the final form of the bylaw itself. Town meeting, the planning board recommended approval, the warrant committee recommended overwhelming approval, and town meeting voted 73%, town meeting voted in favor of the article.
2021?
2022. 2022, March of 2022, 10 months after we started process with neighbors, and 8 months after we started process with the planning board, town meeting adopted this zoning article. One of the things we heard as we were sort of closing out the last process was were there misrepresentations perhaps made to the town meeting to get town meeting to agree to vote in favor. We spent 6 months with the planning board with drafts of site plans, with drafts of other materials that were reviewed by the planning board, that were discussed at length with the planning board, that were reviewed and discussed by town meeting, by neighbors and their representatives. At least one of the neighbors was represented by council at the time, and he had significant input into the drafting of the bylaw as it came through. There were no, what I can say is this, the memorandum that I wrote to the warrant committee and the representations that I made on behalf of Avita to the warrant committee had one reference to traffic. The reference was that traffic impacts will be limited to shift changes, deliveries, and visitors. Residents don't drive. There were no numbers presented. There were no facts presented about traffic. There was no discussion about traffic and how traffic impacts would be mitigated. It was very simple presentation. My slide presentation to town meeting had one bullet that said the same thing. There were no discussions, no representations made by me or Avita with respect to traffic and other impacts associated with the property. We know it's a tight site. We know there are significant wetlands on the site. At least 2 acres of the property are wet. There are 2 intermittent streams that come through the property. There are stream crossings that were required. But there were no misrepresentations made, and I'm the only person that was authorized to make any representations on behalf of Northbridge and its team. I'm the only person that spoke to the warrant committee. I'm the only person that spoke at town meeting. Town meeting ultimately approved zoning that was based on a site plan that we spent a great amount of time with negotiating with you. The current status is that, as you know, we withdrew and refiled an application for the special permit and site plan approval. This is the opening of that hearing. We're starting with a fresh new set of plans that incorporate changes that were driven by the Conservation Commission, Fire Chief, peer review, and questions and comments that we heard both at the earlier hearing here and through the Conservation Commission process. And we wanted to give the town the benefit, we thought it was appropriate to give the town the benefit of the participation of all 5 members of this board. It's significant to note, and I know we heard citizens speak, suggestion about issue of wetlands. Conservation Commission voted on Tuesday night to approve the project and issue an order of conditions. They voted unanimously on Tuesday night. So with that, I'd like to ask Deborah Felton, Molly Welch, and Denise Quealy to come and speak, and then Wendy Nowakunski, and then I'll introduce Paul Avery.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And there's a couple of extra microphones, so everybody can stay up here.
That'd be
If you
great.
would like, if there's room.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Everyone. I'm Deborah Felton. I am a recently retired executive director at Fuller Village. Was associated with Fuller for over 20 years. I am a 37-year resident of Milton and a town meeting member from Precinct 2, and have been very involved in many different projects in the town, especially the master planning that was referred to. When this was first proposed in 2021, my board, the board of Fuller Village, wholeheartedly thought that this was an incredible idea. At Fuller, it's been our experience that we work with a lot of different families. There's a lot of memory care, a lot of dementia is here, and it's here in Milton, and it's going to grow even more. I was so impressed with the Northbridge communities. I went and visited their Needham site. If people haven't had an opportunity, you should really try to make time to go see that. It's beautifully positioned on the property, hidden back from the road, with trees, and you feel a sense of peace when you go in there, and then when you walk in the door, that's even more emphasized. I'm confident that Northbridge will bring a lot to our community where they have in every other town that they've developed, and that's the thing that I like about Northbridge is that they're not just a developer, but they are the operator too. There's lots of, I expect that they will bring support groups. They have kids from the high school in Needham working there, and they really embrace the communities that they're in. So I really look forward to having Avita here and having them be part of the community. I just want to end with one thing. Mary Richardson, who people may know, was the co-host of Chronicle for many years. And in December 2021, December 30th, she died at the age of 76 of dementia. And in her obituary, this is public information, her family said they extended a very special gratitude to the extraordinary staff of Avita of Needham. The love, kindness, and humor the Avita staff displayed in Mary's care is a debt we can never fully repay. And I just think that that goes to the Northbridge community and their integrity. And I look forward to and urge the planning board to approve this project. Thank you. And I'd like to introduce Molly Welch, who is the new executive director at Fuller Village.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. So yes, my name is Molly Welch. I'm the executive director at Fuller Village. As many know, Fuller Village is a standalone nonprofit senior living community located in Milton with approximately 400 residents. In my prior position, I've had over 20 years in an operations and management experience in the senior care industry in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, primarily skilled nursing facilities, but assisted independent living, hospice agencies, and home care. So I'm very well versed in working with families and understand the challenges families face when trying to find quality, close-to-home memory care options for their loved ones. And family involvement and close to home are so important when finding a memory care option for their loved ones and for our loved ones. I'm entering my 7th month as executive director at Fuller, and it's truly a community that strives to have seniors enjoy life as independent as possible. And we work with our families and residents when we recognize that Fuller is no longer the right home for them. It's a very challenging situation when we have to do that, and it's even more challenging that these discussions aren't enabling us to make suggestions or guidance for closer to home options. So I've really seen firsthand that the families have limited or no options in the town of Milton in my 7 months here for memory care services or residences. This unmet need, as Deborah stated, is only going to grow with the town's aging population. I'm witnessing their struggles to find local memory care options and resources, leaving them to travel further distances geographically, or having to choose less appropriate options and risk the safety of their loved ones. I truly believe that the memory care option for Milton through Northbridge and seeing what Northbridge has demonstrated as a clear commitment to ensure the community they would build here and manage is going to be an asset to the Milton community. So I just wanted to thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Avita Milton.
Great, thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Hi,
Hi, Denise.
thank you for having me. My name is Denise Quayle, and I live at 584 Randolph Avenue in Milton. And I'm here to provide a bit of community perspective and some firsthand perspective on caring for somebody with dementia. My mom had Lewy body dementia. And I grew up in Dorchester, but I'm a proud resident of Milton now, raised my family here. There's, I think, 23 of us Quayleys, immediate family in Milton. I was the president of the MFE for many years, Cunningham PTO. I've been involved in this community for a long time and know many of you and love many of you for what you do. So thank you so much for being part of this community and being so active, especially for nonprofits and volunteering your time. I also have businesses in Milton. My husband owns Milton Plumbing. I own a woman-owned law firm. Here in Milton, we're vested in the community. My parents have also been vested in Milton from the get-go, even though they grew up in Dorchester and lived in Dorchester. They moved here to Milton, to Quisset Brook, after my mom was having trouble going up and downstairs and getting in and out of the bathroom and so on and so forth. And my mom was very active in this community. She loved it. She was vibrant and a wonderful member of this community. When she was diagnosed with Lewy body dementia in December of 2019, it was devastating to us, And, Lewy body, for those of you who don't know, it's Parkinsonian features, loss of memory, hallucinations, which were at times very terrible and very hard to deal with. But she also had very nice hallucinations as well, and incontinence. So we decided, my mom was one that did not like hospitals, not that she didn't trust them, but she just wanted to be home. So we did what we could to keep her at home. And my father, as an electrician with Local 103 for many years, saved money, and we were able to care for her in the comfort of her own home until her death. And, just from a family's perspective, how tough that was to do, right? To be able to toilet your mom and wash her and pivot her in and out of a chair. And I got injured. My dad lost a lot of weight. We hired people to help. And if I had to do it all over again, I absolutely would, 1,000 times. But we sought services, support services. How do we find out about Lewy body? How do we deal with somebody like this? And it was very hard to do. We had to go, deep into Boston, into a community we didn't know. We had no services around here that we could find. And I think this facility is going to be something that our seniors deserve. I'm of the age now, and a lot of people in the community are, where we're taking care of our parents. We want to keep them close to us. We want to make sure they're well cared for. So the other thing is, we used a lot of services in Milton. I called Milton Police and Fire so many times, and they were wonderful, to help out at home. 911 walked me through CPR for my mom, which I've never thought I'd had to do. But if I had a facility, in the area, would we have considered as a family to put her in a facility? Absolutely. And I think it would have helped a lot with my dad, who's doing well now, but, it was very tough for her to go through. So I think it's very important for us to plan well for our elders. I think it's a very smart thing to do as a community. We have such wonderful resources here for, Council on Ages, Fuller Village, but this is the next step, and it's something that is affecting not only elderly, but young people as well, unfortunately. So it's something that we do need to address as a community, and from what I could tell from Northbridge, the first time I spoke, it was a few weeks after my mom passed away. I was asked to speak, and I jumped right on it, and I feel just as strongly, if not more strongly, about this now, that it's needed in our community. I see it, affecting friends and family members. So I want to thank you for your time, and thank you for all you do. And I know that you are looking at many more issues than community need, but community need is a big one. So I just wanted to be able to represent that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Wendy.
Thank you. It's good to see you all again, and thank you for your time. My name is, for the record, Wendy Nowakunski. I'm the co-founder and president of the Northbridge Companies. Just to give a little background for those who may not have been here the first time, Northbridge actually has been serving seniors and their families for 20 years. I myself have been working in the New England marketplace for over 30 years in senior living. We focus on, and we are developer, owner, operators, so the key there is that we're going to be a neighbor. We're not just coming and developing something. We will be here, just as we do with all of our communities. We have 19 communities throughout New England. The majority of them are in Massachusetts. We have quite a few in Maine, New Hampshire, and Connecticut as well. The demand for Avita Memory Care is so great. We now have 5 standalone memory care communities within our company. And I have to tell you that it evolved originally because my father-in-law was very young when he was diagnosed. And back then, he was 68 years old. And back then, there were no options for assisted living memory care. Most people who have memory care issues don't need skilled nursing care. And that type of environment is not the right place for them. A lot of what they need is safety, security, queuing, engagement, and the right design to allow them to live their best life. And they do. And as Deb said, I encourage anyone here to come and visit Avita of Needham. We have one in Newburyport. We have quite a few in Maine. One of the things that we focus on is the neighborhood, the neighbors, the communities in which we serve. We're very active and involved, as Deb had said. We're involved with the high schools. We're involved with the garden clubs, you name it, men's, women's clubs, because we want to be part of the community, and we are. And you can see that in all of the communities you come to visit, hopefully. And the demand for, in Milton in particular, we always do a market, study and get those numbers, and it says, wow, there's a big demand. But one of the biggest things that we do is that we talk to people in the town, like Deborah, and like Molly, and like family members that are here tonight, of people who really need this type of service and really want it. And that is what drives us to do what we do. So I am very excited about the opportunity to bring Avita to Milton. We are good neighbors. You can talk to any of the towns that we've developed in and operate in, as well as the neighbors too, and our residents and families. So thank you. I appreciate your time tonight. I know it's tight, and I know we're going to have more opportunity to present the project over the next couple of weeks and months. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
And with that, I'll turn it now to Paul Avery and launch into presentation of the site plan as it's been redeveloped.
Great.
Is this mic work here? Can I talk to the screen or?
I think so. You want to hold it, and it should be on.
I think you may need to press and hold the button to turn it green. It's blinking red and green. Turning green. Flashing red and green.
Or if you'd like to hold one of the microphones, maybe that would,
If-
to get started while he's,
That's fine. This works fine.
great.
If I can get the next slide. So I just walked through the civil site plans. A lot of this is very similar to the prior application, and just go through it and go from there. So anyway, starting off, this is what is just an existing conditions. This one has been marked up because it serves also not just the existing conditions, but it's also demolition plan. So we're calling for removing the existing driveway to 107 Highland. The house gets removed. The barn gets removed. Again, for orientation, we've got Highland Street here, page right. Spafford is down here. North is generally up the page. Milton Hospital's over here. We're also going to be removing the barn. There was a house on the front of the site here. That's not there anymore. And the carriage shed. And then this generally is an approximate depiction of the... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Ned did. Okay, I'm Paul Avery, Oak Consulting Group. So, yeah. I'm the civil engineer for the project. Okay. I'm sorry. I would normally do that. I thought Ned did it, so sorry. Okay. Can I have the next slide? This is a high, we're going to go, all the rest of the drawings are in closer than this, but this is just the existing condition that shows the entire site, including the panhandle that comes off the south end of it. This here is just to generally kind of show in a larger view where the project sits in the context of the overall site, some of the existing structures in the neighborhood. The existing driveway is a little tough to see, but it's a great outline that runs right through here. So this proposed entrance to the site is generally in the same location as the existing driveway to the site. There's the barn and the shed I was talking about a moment ago. You can just barely make out the house that's on the 111 property is right about in here, and the garage is in there, and then it moves south from there. Next slide, we'll get into some of the specifics. So here's a zoomed-in view. Again, the driveway is about the same location as the existing driveway. We have it wide enough here for two-way traffic coming and going. We have a stop bar for exiting. The way this facility lays out with each of the neighborhoods within the Avita facility has to have exterior courtyards, so that we need the bottom floor to be at ground level, which drives the rest of this up a level. So as a result, the driveway will come up from Highland Street, so we have retaining walls on either side of the wall here to enable that to happen, minimizing the impacts on the wetlands in doing so. Traffic comes in. There's a drop-off circle here that I'll get to a little bit more detail that was configured for emergency vehicles. We have some immediate accessible parking in front of the building, some other visitor parking closer to the building, and then additional parking at the rear of the site. All of this is two-way traffic. This driveway down here is to a service area, and this, in review with the fire department, has been widened. That's 24 feet to make sure that there's sufficient room for fire trucks to stage down there in the event of emergency. There are 3 courtyards I talked about that correspond to 3 communities within the building itself. This plan differs a little bit as we work through the public safety issues from the prior one, that we have a connecting walkway now, which has been added, which enables easier access to the middle one. What we had previously before, if the fire department needed to get back in there or something like that, the fire truck would need to come down the service area, and then they'd have to drag the hoses all the way up and around. Now we can park a fire truck if necessary here, and then they can just come across the other courtyard. So that was requested by the fire department, and we were able to accommodate that. We've identified some snow storage areas at various places on the site, and we have a transformer, generator, dumpsters, and things like that in the bottom here. Can I have the next slide? These are the swept path analyses that we worked out with the fire chief to show how fire trucks on this particular slide will get in and out of the site. Fire truck comes in, the traffic circle here, this is enlarged from what we had before. It's been expanded to allow fire truck to make a complete turn around there in a single movement without any conflict with bumper overhang on parked cars or bollards or anything like that. Fire truck can continue to the rear of the site if there's a need to do so, and the fire truck can also go down into the service area. Leaving is more or less the same thing. There is not room for a vehicle like that to turn around down here, so they would have a choice of either backing down and driving out or driving down and backing back up again. And the movements are pretty clear here on Highland Street that can make the turn in and out without crossing across opposing traffic. Next slide. Similar diagram. This is for delivery vehicles. We ended up doing this with what's called a WB40, which is a 40-foot wheel-based vehicle. That is bigger than the actual vehicle that will be used. We had previously presented, there's a contract with the food service company. They have, the Gordon's has a specific truck that's been used. This is bigger than that, so this is a conservative representation. The delivery trucks will come in. They will need to go around the traffic circle regardless of whether they want to or not, because they have to check in at the front desk. So they'll come in, they'll come around the little traffic circle, check in at the front desk, then pull forward and be able to back down to the service area. And then when they leave, they just drive out. So that's how that dynamic works. Can I have the next slide? Okay, this is the grading and drainage plan. There's a lot of technical stuff on this. This has all been reviewed extensively through the permitting we did with the Conservation Commission for stormwater. But generally speaking, water moves across the site from south to north. There are two intermittent streams. There's the intermittent stream on the east side that runs right through here, and there's the intermittent stream on the west side that runs through here. Both of them converge in a large wetland area at the north of the site that has a vernal pool within it. From here, the water goes over a stone weir built into the wall as a part of the landscaping and continues off-site to the north. Those patterns are replicated here under the proposed condition. We have the main part of the building in this area, as well as the service area, will drain and come into the east intermittent stream. There's an existing 24-inch culvert under the driveway that serves as a bit of a bottleneck. The Conservation Commission requested that we upgrade that in accordance with the stream crossing standards to enable wildlife to move through this area, so that's what we did. Removing the bottleneck here sort of took away some of the flood storage that's happened in this wetland area here, and we're mitigating that by creating flood storage in the area where the barn and the carriage shed currently sit. So that water that comes through here is mostly just coming off the roof, and a lot of it is what comes in from off-site. Drainage coming down the driveway is collected by catch basins at the bottom, and it works its way directly. Can you go back a slide again, please? Okay, thank you. And goes into the wetland area. Portions of the western part of the building go directly into the western stream, and then on the west side of the site, we've got the rear parking lot. We've got some drainage structures here collecting runoff, and then all of this goes into an infiltration basin that detains the runoff and also recharges groundwater. Okay, and again, this has been reviewed extensively by the Conservation Commission, and it was recently issued an order of conditions. This is the site utilities plan. The utilities will all come off of Highland Street. Water service comes off of Highland, as does gas, electric, and data. They come off the street, up the driveway, and down into the service area. The only utility here that's different from that is the sewer. There is no sewer in Highland Street. So what we have to do is the nearest connection point is the terminal manhole on Spafford, which then goes east down towards Reedsdale. So to get from here to there, we are proposing a pump station and then putting a 2-inch force main underneath Highland Street, and then there's a final gravity break manhole before we connect to the sewer. These plans have been submitted to the engineering department, and they have made comments on the gravity break manhole and things like that, so are aware of the plan and have provided input on it.
We can,
You know what? I think this might be just a good, because I really want to save time for the architecture, but that was very, very helpful. You know, if we want, maybe 5 minutes for just quick questions for the,
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Did the Conservation Commission have a peer review performed of the stormwater design?
they relied on the peer review of the stormwater design that was done by Tetra Tech for you. There was additional work that questions that they asked of Tetra Tech, specifically with respect to potential impacts of groundwater, maybe moving off-site, and issues with respect to potential impact of vernal pool, given the change in the hydraulics. And those responses came back favorably for the project. They were reviewed Tuesday evening by the Conservation Commission, and Tuesday evening the commission voted to close the hearing, approve the project as currently designed, and issue an order of conditions.
So will we be provided with an updated report from Tetra Tech?
Yeah, I understand that Sean Reardon is working on an updated report that sort of incorporates his prior reviews and updates relative to the final outcomes. A significant number of the modifications that were made to the plan were driven by Sean's comments.
Okay. And then maybe
And I
we
would-
can have Sean come to one
that's
of
what
the
I had already
meetings.
asked him.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll invite him maybe to come to
I
our
think
next.
he had indicated earlier that he wasn't going to be able to make it in person tonight. He is available, I think, on
He's
Zoom.
here, but if we want to kind of wrap up the hearing, I don't know if you want to bring him in or.
Okay, maybe we'll have him at the next, our next.
I do understand that he is, has a new deliverable, which is updated review of the current plans relative to prior comments, and so.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
I'd like
well,
to have a
let's- you know
chance
what?
to review
If
that
he-
prior to him.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because that way we can ask questions about what we've read in the report.
Exactly, that's what I was, so if we could get a copy of that, that would be
And I
great.
have a question too. Is it normal practice that the Conservation Commission doesn't have their own peer review? I would think that the Conservation Commission would have their own, and then we would have our own.
It is less usual for the Conservation Commission to have peer review.
They don't normally have peer
They don't
review?
normally have peer review. They have pretty good subject matter expertise on the commission, and with respect to their standing consultant, Steve Ivas is their consultant, and he's 50 years' experience in the wetland arena, and they rely on him significantly. I think the chair is pretty well versed, and there are other members of the commission as well, Tom Palmer, for example. But they did ask, there were some questions that were
To
asked.
do a hydrologist study.
They asked,
Correct, or-
they were asked to review a question of potential hydrology, and I think the question, as I understand, the chair to understand it, was what would happen to groundwater with a new building? Would groundwater shift to the right, go under Highland Street, potentially down Spafford Road? And the conclusion that was drawn was that no, it would continue to follow the path of water, which is downhill, and follow down to the north, to the vernal pool and out as it currently goes. That was,
That was stormwater, that wasn't.
no, that was
subsurface.
groundwater.
Oh, that was groundwater, okay.
It was groundwater. It
So,
was in groundwater.
Okay.
So we had requested, in between, of Tim, that we hire a hydrologist for a peer review, and we were told that there would be a hydrologist, a peer review done, that the Conservation Commission was going to have Tetra, and I think Steve Ivers had known somebody who was with Tetra Tech, who was a hydrologist, who was going to do a peer review and be able to provide a report. 'Cause
They
we did feel-
provided a report that was responsive to the questions that were asked by the commission, and that also evaluated materials provided by hydrologists for some of the neighbors. And based on that material, the Conservation Commission was satisfied that the hydrology issues were adequately answered, and they voted to approve the project and issue an order of conditions.
So I guess the question is, will we be provided with all the information that Concom was?
Sure.
And their order of conditions, does that include a report? No.
No, it is approval. They have a standard set of boilerplates and then conditions, and then they have some additional conditions that are specific to this project. Those are being finalized. The order itself needs to be drafted and then signed. And I think the drafting they talked about potentially having it by the end of this week, the first of next week, and then they would issue it.
So Meredith, I wonder whether we can request Steve Ivis attend a meeting just to take questions from us?
Yeah, that would be.
Mr. Ivis,
Yeah.
if you can do it, you get him on the 28th because he's
Leaving
going
for
off
some
on
time?
a significant cruise in early
So let's
October.
put him on, yeah, let's invite him
That would
to
be
on the
helpful. If
28th.
we
Tim,
had-
that's,
We had both Sean Reardon and
yep,
Steve
Steve
Ivers.
Ivers, absolutely.
Yeah, my only question about having the peer review is I feel like the Conservation Commission has their own charge, and we have our own charge. So I'm just surprised that they don't have their own peer review to review their charge.
It seems to me we can learn what they've done, what they've had analyzed, and we can decide whether we think any additional analysis is warranted. But it's hard to know now without
Yeah,
hearing
because I think
from
Sean
them.
was doing a great job with really on top of the engineering
done-
side of things, but
He
just
did all of the peer review for the 40B applications, which had some,
familiar with the water on the site. That's,
The only thing I
Yeah.
would suggest is that the Conservation Commission is the commission that's charged specifically with addressing wetland protection issues.
yeah.
The issues raised with respect to groundwater and otherwise were directly at the issue of wetland protection.
yeah, so it's wetland protection is their charge, yes, but we have to also consider beyond the wetlands, right? So, I mean, we had neighbors express concern about, and you mentioned it, whether there would be anything off-site, right? And so we just need to, where they may not have been focused on that, we just want to make sure that.
They were
yeah.
very focused on that. That was the focus of a whole lot of discussion in
Okay.
the last two hearings.
So they only had 2 hearings on this,
No, they started in March. They
on the
went,
new, but this was a new
no,
application?
no. We did not withdraw that application.
You gotta get back,
We're not
We-
taking
unless the chair
public-
calls you up.
We kept going on the Conservation Commission, and we closed the hearing this past Tuesday. We started in March. We had 7 nights of hearing over 7 months with the Conservation Commission. We withdrew with the Planning Board and refiled, but we did
Different
not
meeting.
close we had parallel hearings going
Yeah.
with both boards for a period of 7 months.
Okay.
We closed the hearing with the planning board on August 10th. The August 8 hearing of the Conservation Commission was continued to the 10th, 2 nights ago. They voted to close the hearing, determined they did not need additional information, and they closed the hearing.
Okay, so I was just under the impression this is a new application.
This is a new application for the
The
special
plan-
permit.
For this,
But
yeah.
it's the same, all the same information. It's not new information.
Correct.
Like, nothing was changed.
The site plans were changed from what was originally filed in sort of substantially minor ways, not insubstantial, however. To address in particular, the issues raised by the fire chief in context with Sean Reardon's peer review, they asked for expanded turnaround for the fire, so there would be no need to back. They asked for a wider driveway down to the loading dock. They asked for direct access around the building to run a hose from one area to the next. That pushed us into the 25-foot no disturb zone on each side. The Conservation Commission had to vote separately from the issuance of an order of conditions to approve those impacts to the non-disturb zone. We demonstrated that there was about 900 square feet of disturbance of that non-disturb area, but that we were replicating or mitigating with approximately 4,000 square feet of other area that was appropriate. They accepted that as a ratio. There were some minor additional impacts to the wetlands themselves associated with the crossing. I think 60 additional square feet
Yeah,
or something like that.
It was still well within the
And
normal
that-
threshold for replication.
And the total replication is at a ratio of almost 2.5 to 1. So the number of square feet of wetlands that were being impacted by the crossings was being mitigated on a 2.5 to 1 basis, which they also accepted. They accepted the overall plan and, as I said, voted to approve the project and issue an order of conditions.
So, just to be clear about what changed, like the site planning itself, position of the building's the same.
Yes.
So you've mentioned some walkways, some changes to roadway
Yes.
widths, et cetera. So it's really more the roadway and wetlands considerations for stormwater design, not the other civil engineering aspects.
That's absolutely right. So our approach in designing all of this was really minimize, avoid wetlands impact to the greatest extent possible. And initially, the project didn't go into the wetlands or the non-disturbance zone any more than it had to for what's referred to as a limited project, where you have to cross to get from one side to the other. And so as a result of making the revisions that were requested by Tetra Tech and the fire chief, the expanding of the traffic, if you compare the two, you'd see that it's much larger. The fire truck would have had to do a backup maneuver before. We had to push a little bit. We sacrificed a couple parking spaces to make that happen, and it was up like 900 square feet. I mean, just small amounts in a few little places where this expanded the scope into the non-disturbance zone more than just being to get in and out of the site.
So there was so on this site, it's faint, but this red line is the 25-foot. Is that the 25-foot?
Yeah, well, 25-foot is the, hold on.
Or it's this?
No, the red lines are the 25-foot non-disturbance zones.
So there are a couple of points because of the widening of the driveway down, the widening of the circle. There are a couple of points where we pushed into the 25-foot no disturb, and there's a couple of points where we pushed in along here where we brought that walkway in and around from this neighborhood, this outdoor area to this outdoor area. And because they were public safety related, the commission felt that those were acceptable.
So the amount of impervious area increased a little bit then?
It probably did a little bit. We reran all the stormwater numbers and updated the model and,
So the building footprint's the same as it was before?
Yes, it was. So
Okay.
The building didn't change, the location, the footprint of the building.
And the building's relationship to the site vertically hasn't changed as well?
Hasn't changed.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, so.
I guess
And
one other thing,
yeah.
Meredith, if I may, we talked about I think extensively before, the fire trucks and the delivery trucks. So I guess, and you said those were recent changes. Do we have in the packet, sorry, I don't recall, anything in writing from the fire chief?
That's what I was going to ask.
We don't.
We can get
We can get that.
fire
And the
chief
engineer will,
and the engineer,
town engineer will need that
Chase
too.
will be signing off on. What we understand is that Tetra Tech has to complete its re-review, and then my understanding is that they would be asked to review the review and sign off on
Okay.
what's been done.
And also then on the analysis for the delivery, that will get some, either Tetra Tech or DPW.
Well, Tetra Tech
engineer.
drove it, but
Yeah.
they
Okay.
commented on it. So that was really, we ended up with this in coordination that all of us, the Tetra Tech fire chief, we all sat down and decided that this is what we were going to do, so.
Okay, so just having some backup to what you've said, you know, in writing in the record, I think would be helpful.
Yes, absolutely. I was going to say the same. And the entry, the driveway coming in, did that widen at all? Because I know that there was a concern of if there was a fire and there's vehicles, you know, coming in and leaving at the same time.
It did not. So we're 22 feet. Go next, come back a couple slides. Yeah, I think we're 22 feet. It did not
And
widen.
Tetra Tech was comfortable with that as far as
Yes.
the egress?
And the fire chief is comfortable with that.
Yep.
And the fire chief?
The only place they asked for the widening was going down the service drive. And that was just that if there's an emergency and we have vehicles staged down there and somebody has to come and somebody has to go, that type of thing, so.
That's helpful. Well, I think that's, if we can review that information, that's a good place for us to pause and to continue our hearing. We'll be able to review those and would welcome Sean on Zoom or however, whatever's easiest. And then also Steve Ivers, if he can join us to give us sort of an explanation on their questions they proposed.
Would you like a motion to continue?
Yes, please.
I would like to make a motion to continue the site plan approval and special permit application for 111 Highland Street to our September 28th meeting at 7:05.
For a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And also from the public, since we're not doing public comment tonight, if you want to email us anything, if you have anything prepared that you were going to say, please send it to Tim if you can, to his office, and he can give it to us to review for our next meeting as well.
Can I just hand you these packets?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Perfect. And we will review those.
This is just what we had initially filed with the Conservation Commission.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's great, and we'll have those to review. Perfect. And we'll upload this for the public record as well.
Thank you very much.
So we can, thank you. We can now begin our site plan approval for 7-9 Pleasant Street, Ben's Cookie Factory.
Do we have one more?
Here.
Thank you. Do you need it?
I do.
Yeah.
Just run up and scan it.
You want to do that? Oh, Tim is going to run up and scan, or do you want to do it?
And I didn't introduce the staff earlier, so that's great. Okay, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
How are you? Welcome.
Just get a few things out here. There may be somebody named Greg Morse who's on Zoom. He's the engineer.
Okay.
He should be, if possible,
Available to, okay.
whatever you do so that he might be able
Do you wanna do it?
share screens. I'm not sure whether, can you share screen for the,
We can enable him to be able to share a screen.
okay.
And invite him as a
Make sure he's
participant?
here, first of all. I'm sorry.
And we can invite him to be a participant.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yes, this is Greg Morse. I'm in attendance.
So before I start, I made copies of the plan. I know you look at it on the screen. I have to look at it. I need two sets of glasses to look at something at a distance. So maybe this is also true for you, I don't know, but
I can pass those around.
we could pass these out. It's a 6-page plan. But I just thought you might want to look at it in front of you.
Great, thank you, Marion.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Did you find anybody see whether Greg Morse was actually?
He's in.
He is.
Oh, you can't see it, but.
No, I
he's in.
understand. Great, wonderful. Okay, so I'm Marion McKettrick. I represent the applicant for this application, Falcone Properties. And also here tonight is Bob Falcone. He's in the audience, but he can also come up if you want to ask him questions. So this is partially a modification request for a site plan that was approved by the planning board. I believe it was in 2019. However, many of you were not on the planning board at that time. So I'm just going to give you just a very quick overview of what the Bent's project was all about. I won't take much time, and then I'll just explain what this application is for. I did file 2 applications. One is for modification, and one is for site plan approval, because I wasn't sure whether a parking lot separately requires site plan approval. So just in an excess of caution, I filed both applications. So what happened with Bent's was Bent's is an historic building. You're all familiar with it, the cookie factory, the place where we bought broken cookies for our kids years ago. And many years ago, it was a place where water crackers that were used even as early as the Civil War, but later on, when they were manufactured at Bent's.
Excuse me, is there something that can make the volume?
I have to speak up because this only goes into the,
Oh, okay.
so I will speak up. And it's hard because I'm turned away from you, so maybe just turn a little bit sideways too. So earlier, in the couple of years preceding 2019, I was contacted by Falcone Properties, by Bob Falcone, and to do some research on the property and to talk about what possible redevelopment options might make sense for this. And a primary interest of the Falcones was the historic building. So they wanted to see the historic building maintained, but they also realized that it was in a kind of condition internally that would require really being completely taken apart and rebuilt for many, many reasons. And then I think that turned out to be even more true once they started the construction. So the plan they developed was to keep the facade, keep the exterior, take off a back wing, which was an apartment, and to create a mixed use for the building. So this had been, since 1900, it had been a pre-existing non-conforming business use. And it was basically a bakery, a sort of a combination bakery and other types of goods facility. Different things were manufactured at different times. Probably about 20 years ago, a cafe was introduced on the first floor, and it was a very popular cafe. And subsequent owners also continued the cafe. The only problem was that the cafe really couldn't make enough money to sustain itself, so we'd get the new owners would enter the picture periodically. There is still a cafe. That's part of the current operation. A catering business has been added, and that's now on the first floor. There are 5 small apartments, and the building's on a hill, so the first floor becomes, the ground floor becomes the first floor, so the apartments sort of span that grade. And then on the 3rd floor or the 2nd floor, depending on how you think about it, there's office space. And it's all been very nicely renovated, especially the office space inside, because there are still exposed brick walls. You still see some of the original ceiling features. The building is modern and comfortable, but it still has the feel of the old facility, and certainly the outside of the building in the front still looks the same. So that was the intent. It took quite a long process of convincing, particularly for the Board of Appeals, because we needed a number of variances in order to do this. And we also, of course, had to have site plan approval from the Planning Board. And probably there were many sticking points, many difficult issues that had to be worked out, but parking was probably the most difficult, because the original site, the event site by itself, which was what Falcone Properties owned at the time we applied, it only had a limited space for parking. And the only reason it had some additional space was because the Falcones went to land court to make sure that they had the right to use an easement that was on one side of the property, and they were successful in that effort. So there was enough area in the back to create some parking spaces and a passageway. But it was minimum. It was the minimum amount of parking for this mixed use. And so subsequent to those applications, the Falcones were able to purchase the adjacent property to the right. That's 672 Randolph Ave. That's a residential property with also another antique residential home, very attractive. I call it Victorian cottage, but it has some nice features that have been maintained. It's in good condition. And so they now own both properties. And it happens that, because I did a long title search for this property when I first began working on it, both properties were owned together almost until maybe 20, 30 years ago. And they were gradually subdivided in order, basically, I think, to make money for the previous owners. But now they're back together again. Not the whole area, but a good portion, because this portion, 672, was part of it. And that's probably one reason the Bentz building is practically touching this house, is one of the awkward features of having to do the redevelopment. So what the Falcones would like to do is to continue the residential use of the house, keep it in its current, exactly the same, basically, keep it with its own private driveway on the right, not subdivide the property, although it's a 20,000 square foot plus, much more than is required for the C district. They don't want to subdivide the lot, although we looked at that as an option. They want to maintain control over all of the property, but they do really need additional parking area for the uses that are in existence at Bentz. So this application is not to change any of the uses. This is an application to add parking. But the parking area that would be created is on a residential lot, so they have to get a use variance from the Board of Appeals. I've filed the application. The hearing probably will not be scheduled until mid-October to late October. So just so you know, as you receive information from me and we have our discussion, this will have to be continued because this is another one of those situations where site plan approval is contingent on the zoning relief being granted, and the zoning relief is contingent on site plan approval, at least the modification of the original site plan approval being granted. So that's just sort of an introduction to what we're trying to do here. We had, let's see. So the first step was to have Morse Engineering, that's the engineering company working for the Falcones on this, and also it's the same company that worked on the original site plan. Morse Engineering has done work on the site, has gone out to the site, has done test borings all over the site, and has created sub-catchment areas that describe the ways that stormwater is absorbed on this site now and will be in the future. And they've had to design different types of stormwater structures, I guess you'd call them, in each one of these areas because they're different. Some of them are sandy, some are rocky. It's not the sort of thing I can get into a lot of detail about, but if you look on the, I think it's the last page of this plan, and I'll go back to the rest of the pages in a second, but because you were just talking about stormwater, so I thought I'd point this out. I thought it was kind of interesting. There are a lot of areas on the last page here. Both the existing Bentz site and then also on this second lot where the house is and then the area where the parking lot is. The reason those sub-areas were created was to do varying designs for stormwater control. So it is expected that if this parking lot is allowed and is constructed, there will be much less stormwater running downhill off the site. Right now, it's a rather steep hill, and water just runs down from the hill and back and down into the street. I don't know if you had a chance to take a look, you're probably pretty familiar with Bentz, and you do probably remember the house that's next door. The distinctive feature of that house is the house is perched up above the street. So there's a steep grade in front of the house, and the driveway has to go up that grade. Then the house is on a sort of level, a little bit of a level site, and there's a level area in the back, generally level. That's the yard. I'm very familiar with that because when the Bentz project was being built, there were things that we had to work out in terms of what the fence was like and whether there was proper footings under the fence, and to make sure there wasn't anything draining into the neighbor's yard. Then the yard sort of gradually, you can look at the topography lines on the pages in this map, in this drawing, and you'll see that it gradually rises in the back. So it's not flat. So stormwater control is an issue no matter what you're doing, even if you're not building a lot, and this is going to be a building, this is going to be a paved lot, so it is going to be important. Okay, so what you have here for a site plan, I'm just quickly going to describe the different pages in the site plan. And then I thought that maybe Greg Morse might want to add more detail, or maybe you would have questions and he would want to answer the questions. So we have 6 pages. The plan, the first page is the location. It just shows you generally where this is located, as it is in, in all of these site plans. Page 2 shows existing conditions, and this shows the existing permitted parking lot events with all of the parking spaces that are currently designed.
Mary, can we ask Greg to pull this up while you're walking through it?
Yeah, that would be great.
Greg, can you pull up the plan?
Unfortunately, I do not have the ability to screen share that plan. I understood that was submitted digitally,
Yeah, you can.
and the board had a paper copy in front of them.
It says that you should be able to, but I'll figure it out.
Okay, we're going to try to do it.
Great, thank you.
Great. Any comments, Greg, that you would like to make while we're pulling that up?
Sure. For the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering. No, I think Marion's plan here, intent is to go through each of the sheets that was submitted. Sheet 1 is obviously our cover page. Sheet 2 is the topography and the property lines of the property. The property that's being added, the 672 Randolph Ave, it's a little under half an acre in size. It's about 23,000 square feet. And as Marion said, the plan shows the topography down along Randolph Ave at about elevation 100, and the topography rising at the back of the property to elevation 118. So there is about 18 feet of grade difference from the back to the front. As part of our existing conditions, we did soil borings and test pits out there. Those locations are marked on the plan. We generally had loamy, sandy soil, relatively deep to groundwater in the locations that we're proposing for the parking lot. I'm going to turn it back over to Mary, and I can get into the specifics, but I'm going to let her continue on.
Great, we've got it up. That's great. It's up on the screen.
Okay, we'll just go back and forth. On page, so this is the existing conditions page that I was referring to. The next page just shows construction details. For the moment, we won't dwell on that, but we can come back to it. The page you're probably most interested in terms of design is the actual parking lot design, which is, I think, page 4. And this also shows the landscaping. What we did here was to give the engineer the task of designing to Section 7 of the zoning bylaws. So if you're going to create a parking area of more than a certain number of spaces in a residential area, you have to meet all the design conditions in Section 7. And so we believe that we have done that here. We do, I normally have a more detailed review by the building commissioner, but we have a new building commissioner. He's been very helpful, and he's wanted to move this along and get it to the Board of Appeals, but it's certainly worthwhile to spend some time as a planning board looking at that design and comparing it to the requirements of Section 7, just in case. I've tried to do that myself. But what you will note in this plan is I do know that the parking spaces are designed to be the space size that they're supposed to be. You'll see on the left side that there's an area of lawn because you're required to have a break in a parking area and have landscaping or lawn. It's also a good place to put snow for snow storage in the winter. And I do expect we will eventually get snow one of these winters, maybe this winter. But anyway, that's why that's there. You'll see the landscaping on the lower edge of the parking lot and the rear, because those are the areas that need to be completely screened from view if you want to sort of pretend the parking lot isn't there, for a better way of describing it. We have a residential home in the front. It's being rented now and will continue to be rented by the Falcones. We don't want that view from there to be a view into the parking lot, and we also don't want the view from the street to show the parking lot. If you stand in the street in front of the 672, you really can't see behind. But there is, the driveway goes up on one side, so there's a bit of a view, and neighbors on that side could have some of the view. So it is certainly important to have the screening, but it's required by the zoning bylaw language anyway. The change to the existing parking lot is the reduction in parking spaces. And I'm not sure how clearly you can see it here, but I believe it's 3, it may be 4. What I can tell you is that the net gain is 15 spaces. So there are more than 15 spaces in the parking area, but we lose parking spaces in order to create the entrance in the existing vents. So I don't actually have in front of me a total of all of the parking spaces that will remain and the new spaces. I know it's a net increase of 15. I will give that to you. I need to go back and be careful and do that calculation, talking to the engineer. So because the main purpose of this parking lot is to increase parking. It's because this building is very successful. The businesses, there's, you know, the developer's office, there's a design office upstairs. They really like the building, but they are complaining, you know, that their customers have to park in the street. They don't have a lot of people going in and out, but it would be much better for everybody if people could come in and just park and stay there. And when you do come in back to look for a space, oftentimes you come up, you look, you have to turn around, and you don't get a space. And then you come down and you have to look for one in the street. So our feeling is that there will be a benefit to providing more parking because there should be less parking on the street. That there is no change to the business use, no change to the cafe use, no change to the catering use. So this isn't an increase in traffic that we're asking for permission for, but it is a better layout for parking. And these are both residential lots, so we needed variances to do any of this on the original lot. We need a variance to do this on the adjacent lot, and we'll have to see how the Board of Appeals deals with that and, you know, what kinds of opinion and comments they have. It's not an easy thing to get a variance. The standard, you know, argument for the standard here would be basically that it's a very unusual situation from an historical standpoint. It's also a very unusual topography for both of these lots. Not easy to create any kind of parking, and we want to keep the historic structures because this corner is one of those corners in Milton that's identified with the town, and I think people do care about how it looks. Finally, both sites face Randolph Ave. We all know there's a lot of traffic veering off Randolph onto Pleasant. Unfortunately, that's a tough thing for everybody, and it's a dangerous thing for everybody who has to park in the street. But the Randolph Ave traffic is intense, and that affects the viability of residential properties along this site. So you're going to, you know, we could have taken an approach and said this should be rezoned. This should be a business, you know, this should be a business district. That would be the most extreme. Saying it's not suitable for residential anymore because there's too much traffic and there's commercial next door. That isn't at all the approach the Falcones want to use because they want to preserve the building. So that's why this application has been framed as it has. I'll just quickly, for a minute, go on from the design. You may want to go back to that. Page 5 just shows, well, it shows not just, but details of grading, utilities, and drainage structures. It's important to understand that the engineer has done a full HydroCAD modeling for this design. I didn't give you a copy of that. It's many pages long. I'm not sure whether the most likely thing is the town engineer will want to review that. That would be the normal thing for this. But we have done that. We have done that work. The applicant has done all the test borings, soil testing, and I have a paper report from Morse Engineering describing the soil testing, which I received on September 11th. So that's going to be submitted after this hearing, and you'll have it in your materials to review.
Okay.
And I already talked briefly about the final page, which shows you all the sort of catchment areas for stormwater, and that's just a quick review of what this plan contains. So at this point, you may want to just ask questions, or I don't know if Greg Morris wants to add anything.
I was just going to say, if we could go to the board for questions and then any brief comments.
Can I just real
Yeah.
quick?
Oh, so
Just
yes,
before you
please.
start, and to Marion's
Yeah.
point, I did hear back from the town engineer taking a look. And what she did say was she commented on that watershed delineation plan, but did note that there was no stormwater technical report showing that the runoff conditions of the existing condition are equal or greater than that of the proposed. So we'll want to see all of that kind of documentation You know, containing the water runoff into the 2 dry walls. You know, we'll want to see what the capacity of those wells are. We'll want to see the soil testing. So if you've got all of that on hand, great. We'll want to take a look at that. But that was just her initial review of the materials that were provided.
Okay, and Greg is on this call, so he's hearing this. So I believe, well, we have the full HydroCAD modeling, but I can't tell you whether everything you just asked for is in that report or whether there may be something else. But that's fine. We will produce whatever is required and work with Marina Fernandez on that, and then get back to the planning board on that.
Great. Any questions for Marion?
I do have.
Greg?
I do have a couple of
Go
questions. Marion, how did you arrive, or how did they arrive at how many additional parking spaces were desired here? Was it based on what would fit in this piece of land, or was it based on an analysis of need?
I think, well, Bob Falcone's here, but I've been certainly in discussions about this. I think it's based on what will fit, and it's limited. That's the problem. I mean, the question initially for me was, would it even be worth it to go to all the expense of building a parking area on this site with understanding that all this zoning relief would be required, as well as site plan modification approval? And what I do remember from our previous application was how limited the parking was and how much discussion we had at that time. Just for example, with one neighbor about where would guests park, you know, how can you assure us that, you know, they're not going to be parking in front of our house or whatever? You know, we could provide only just barely enough parking for maybe a guest at a time. So we didn't do a calculation, as far as I know, of the number of parking spaces that were required. I do not think that you could do much more than this on this site.
I'm not asking for more, actually. I'm asking really maybe to have less. And the reason is just the amount of paving and the lighting associated with it.
Excuse
I'm just
me.
trying to right size the amount.
Yeah.
So I think I was on the board when this came through before, and I recall having discussion about dedicated spaces for the residential units. And is that the case, in fact? Is there one space per residential unit dedicated to the residents?
Yes.
And that's going to remain the same?
I don't know.
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay.
I mean,
And
the
then how
reason-
many businesses are there?
How many tenants do you have right now, business tenants? Because they can all, this can vary, so that's the problem. It's hard for me to answer your question, because this year there might be a tenant X.
Okay,
5 years from
I'm
now-
just trying to.
They have different types of
Okay, so how many
businesses?
square feet of commercial? Because if we think about how we normally size our parking lots, it's based on the square, you know, 1 unit per 250 square feet for business, right? And let's just say, because these are small units, it's 1 per resident. And I'd be curious to know how many that tells you you would need if you were doing, you know, if this were zoned for commercial,
Right.
for example.
So I understand your question. I can't answer it off the top of my head. But I will get you that information. I know exactly what you're talking about because we did it during the prior application. And so that makes more sense, because that's how many square feet of commercial, how many square feet of cafe, and for the catering business as well. In addition to the 5 small apartments, which have dedicated parking spaces. There is still some question of guest parking, but that's, you know, if it's there, it's there.
It's just how you arrive at the number I'm
I
concerned
see.
with, just to right size it. And did you hear, did the Falcones hear from neighbors about a problem of parking on the street since they've opened the property? I mean, has that led to part of it, or is it more coming from the businesses themselves about how much parking there is?
I don't know what Bob would say. I know every time I'm there, I'm
It's also.
Bob, do you mind coming up and just?
Yes,
so you can
yes,
see the mic?
thank you, appreciate it. I'm also curious how I know there's some question about how the residential would do in that location, so I'm curious, are you always leased up in those residential units?
The residential leasing is, if there's been 1 empty 3 years. In the 5 apartments, the house, as soon as we bought it and renovated it, we had 20 applications.
Okay.
As you know, there's a lot of need for housing in Milton. I don't need to say that.
Yeah, and those were small units, so I think it's
They're
just
very
useful for
small.
the
They're
public.
1-bedroom units.
Yeah.
Few of them are couples, most are singles.
Okay.
And the traffic coming around the corner is dangerous. There's been a few accidents there. Mostly to protect the caterer has issues with people coming to pick up food.
Okay.
The Revive restaurant, I think, yeah, Revive, constantly, it's coming and going all the time.
Okay.
So that helps. And I believe those floors are about almost 3,000 feet each.
Okay.
So there's 3,000 feet, about 3,000 feet of office space upstairs. And right now, it's divided into 3 different offices.
Okay. And then, so the first floor is all commercial too, right?
First floor is the restaurant.
That's another
with the
3,000
seats,
square feet.
and then the caterer.
Okay.
And the middle floor is the 5 residentials.
So is the first floor 6,000 square feet?
It's a little
I mean,
less, because
3,000
the
too?
first floor is smaller, because it sits back.
Yeah.
It's back in, as Jim knows.
Which I have to say, it's so nice to see such vibrant businesses there. Everyone,
They do
all of
very
your
well.
tenants are, Cooking with Stephanie, Revive, everybody in town loves, Beth Bork, who's there, everyone really loves those businesses. So it is nice to see a historic building
Yeah.
just really
tried.
having ultimate best use.
If we could have bought that house when we bought the building, that we tried, trust me. It took us a couple of years, but we would have had this plan the same.
Right.
We thought about it.
But that is.
It just was not available.
I did want to mention, because I forgot to say this, that I have submitted a photometric plan.
I had a question about that too.
And so you may,
My last
I know you will have questions about the lighting, and the height of the pole is, all the features, the height of the pole, the type of fixture generally, what it would be like. It's supposed to be dark sky compliant. That's all on that plan, but you need to enlarge it on your computer. And it wasn't much point in my handing out small copies of it here. But you want to enlarge it and look at it carefully, and then you may have questions already tonight.
Yeah, I do have one. And if
So
you don't
back
mind-
to, so a calculation, I think, of what is existing parking, because I did notice along the side, and I couldn't remember if that was in the original plan, which I thought it was very creative, a 10-minute pickup, a 10-minute limit
Yeah.
for parking.
That's
So for
correct.
quick, somebody grabbing a smoothie or a coffee at Revive, or short-term parking. So just a total count of all the
Yes,
spaces.
I'll do that.
And, yeah,
Is exactly the right question.
right. Thank you.
And Mary, one other thing I would ask is, I'm just looking at the approved site plan and just trying to back into the parking conversation. And it says that it's basically as sufficient spaces as deemed adequate by the Board of Appeals.
Right.
So it would be good to see what their findings were at the time to kind of come up with the parking.
Right. And I
as
know
it
why
existed.
I can do this, because I have a lot of information from the Board of Appeals, the analysis that we presented, the justification, et cetera, et cetera. But there's no question that in the course of doing that, my feeling was that it would have been much more favorable to have been able to have more parking than what we were providing.
Okay, understanding Cheryl's point 100%, using the zoning as a guide, but there is an element of this being a little bit more up for grabs. Because I suspect that our parking requirements are super,
Well,
a lot of parking. So,
and I appreciate that too. And it's really just for comparative purposes. I think the on-the-ground information is the most useful as far as what the need is, and that safety of rounding the corner, and being able, the type of business that is in there. It's all very tied to the site, So what it's in the zoning, is very generic. But what is the condition on the site and the tenant mix? I think is what the ZBA is going to be interested in too. So Marion, I think you appreciate just context for the number of parking spaces.
I'm basically going to do the same thing I did before, and I understand why you're asking for it. I mean, appreciate the fact that you're willing to have this initial meeting. Give me these questions so that I know what what I really need to focus on. But I will get that, and I will get it quickly, because I can go back and look at what we did before and then just add in the additional spaces. As far as how many are needed, I have to wait and see what that analysis comes out to be, but, we are losing 4.
Right.
So it's not, the parking lot has more spaces than 15, but we're losing, I think, 4
Understood.
spaces,
Yeah,
so
4.
we have to replace those spaces.
So I just have a couple more, and I'm sorry, Mary,
Yeah,
I'm just
and
trying to
because I
stick
wanna
to our
just-
tight agenda
We
tonight.
are, yeah,
and-
exactly. So we're going to try to wrap up by 9, but
Yeah,
I know.
and I
that-
just want to ask if you would look at the photometric plan again. And you, Mary, know how we went through, in particular, the Goddard School most recently, about really trying not to overlight a parking area, having controls that will dim it down after certain hours, and so that we're not looking at people having in their backyard, a parking lot that's lit. I know light spill is one thing, but you will still see a parking lighting. But there's at least 4 fixtures here, and
That
so
could be on motion detectors too, possibly?
yeah.
The question is, can the lights be off at a certain hour
If these
or
are,
not? And
if you can
not,
have the residential parking spaces closest to the building, and the businesses are hours end at 6 or whenever they end, then you can have it on a sensor after that. If somebody's parking in the lot, they're visiting somebody in the building. But just so that they're not lit up beyond what they're needed. I think it's just something for you to come back with, because it's not on here right now. But Mary, if you go back, you remember the lighting supplier or lighting consultant for the Goddard, and I went back and forth, and you should have those emails about the discussion, so if you just refresh that.
And the current parking lot, I think, is dimmed or turned off. I mean, so this was also an issue before. I think that what we were worried about was, and we did find a resolution, though, was the fact that there are residential tenants who could come in at any hour of the night and need to be safe. But you could probably designate certain areas for that and keep the lighting at a minimum for safety.
Yeah, I
don't even
think.
know if that would, we'll just have to talk
Yeah, we
about
can work on that. That's
Yeah,
not a problem.
Yeah, and then the other thing, I just think the landscaping plan could use some additional thought. All arborvitae wrapping it, I think may do a job of blocking headlights, which I would want to have happen.
Yeah.
But having a little more interest towards the neighbors, so that they're not just looking at a,
Soldiers.
And that's it for me, thank you.
So maybe, well, let's see what we can come up with an answer to that question. I guess that's the best way to look at that one.
All right, Sean, and then Maggie?
I just have a few really quick, and I'll make them fast. First, I think it's a good improvement to the property, because parking in front of that building is often difficult and dangerous, so I think this is a good idea. I would have a question for Greg. I'm just curious why the design of the storm drainage in the new parking lot is to move all of the storm water towards the entry and then try to collect them in the 2 dry wells. And my concern would be, if you have a tremendous storm, it's probably not going to get captured in the dry wells. It's probably going to move right through that opening and down into the existing parking lot. So it's a real question for your engineer, if you could answer that.
Sure. So when we did the drainage design on this, at the entrance of this new parking lot, we put 2 catch basins and then a series of 16 dry wells underneath the parking lot. We ran the HydroCAD calculations on this for the 2, the 10, the 25, and 100-year storm event. And we have those calculations documenting that we're compliant with pre versus post rates and volumes of runoff.
Okay, Greg, so you have 16 dry wells throughout?
That's correct. 16 Caltech chambers with crushed stone and 2 catch basins located in the parking lot.
Yeah, Greg, they're not showing on the documents that we have. At least I don't see them. But I'll look further at those, but they're not in the documents that we have here. What I can see is the 2 dry wells at the entrance to the new parking lot, but not the Caltech chambers. So thanks for that answer. And my second question is really, and I do agree with Cheryl's questions on the lighting, 12-foot high light poles. Just want to make sure that we manage light for anybody that lives in this home next to it, or anybody that could be affected by the light. My last question is with regard to the parking. Will it be designated as certain parking areas are for certain usage? Is that the intent?
We're going to have to move a couple of the residential parking spots into the parking lot, because the ones we're losing are the residential. On the plan, they're marked as E for employees, and then we have residential. The residential are along the fence from the back door, because they go in the back door. That's their handicapped entrance.
Okay.
to the elevator.
Okay.
So
And-
we will have some residential in there, in that parking lot in the beginning.
Okay.
And then the employees and the customers will be in the main parking lot.
Okay.
The employees parking in the back is stacked right now against the fence.
I see.
And that's what Marion stated earlier about, you have to back in and out to get in there. I mean, it works, but it's dangerous.
Okay, and I see you lose 5 spaces.
Yes, we lose 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We
Okay.
lose 5.
Okay, that's
And
all.
the dumpster will stay there, the enclosed dumpster.
Okay.
Well, maybe the lighting could be geared to where the resident, well, we'll talk about that.
Yep.
Yeah, we can
As
do
to how
that.
the lighting will be controlled, and then in terms of height of light poles, I know it's always an issue. You know, we talked about it a little bit,
Yeah.
we'll talk about it some more. It needs to be safe, it needs to be as minimal as possible. So you always have to find the best solution that you can, and we'll take another look at it, see whether we think this is the best we want, the screening to screen the lighting, but we'll look at it again, it's always something.
That's all I had. Thank you.
All right, Maggie?
So I had similar comments. One, I was just interested in knowing, because parking is such a big thing, have you, because I remember vaguely following this a little bit when it was being discussed, that, you know, they're micro units, so they're smaller, so there'd be fewer people, so there'd be less cars. So just from your experience, do you see the need for cars decreasing in the residents? Not even just in your project, but for me moving forward to look at other projects. The town is looking at reducing parking requirements.
I understand.
So, so in reality, though, how many spots do you need? You said some of them are 2 people in your micro.
Yeah, these are one bedrooms.
1 bedroom.
And we only allow 1 car per person.
And that works. So you have 5
It works.
units. So
Yep, and
5.
actually, I think 1 unit doesn't even have a car.
So 5, and then you know, shared parking for visitors.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just for my own personal knowledge. And again, the landscape plan, 41 Emerald Green Arborvitaes, isn't a great landscape plan. And so having a variety of plants, and I'd be afraid that because, you know, you're on the edge of the Blue Hills, Emerald Green Arborvitaes, the deer eat, and they eat the first like 6 feet, so then it would not serve the purpose of, and also I was thinking it might be nice to have more native plants, and maybe it could be helpful to have some rain gardens up there.
If there was room. I don't know how much room there is. They can look at that, though. In Rocky. Very ledgy, yeah.
So,
Very
a
ledgy.
couple of you have said you'd like more variety in the screening, which usually is
Yeah.
evergreen. Because it has to be evergreen in order to be blocking in the winter, but
But it doesn't necessarily all have to be evergreen. Some deciduous shrubs have dense branching structures, and even though they don't have leaves on them, they still serve a purpose.
So I'll make my pitch one more time about having, no offense to Mr. Morris, but not having the engineer do the landscape plan, but actually having the landscape architect or landscape designer do the landscape plan.
And there is a beautiful tree right in the back. I know you're losing one, but there is another really beautiful tree that is in close proximity. It would be nice to just see some sort of protection plan for that particular tree, because it's a old tree and gives probably really nice screening to the
The one in back
back
of the
neighbors.
house.
The one in the
Yeah, it
back
has
of
to
the
be
house.
back of the house, yeah.
Yeah, it's a really
Like we'll
beautiful.
provide a protection.
Yeah, protection around that as.
That would be on the page that has the construction details, if it's not on there now.
Actually, that's another question I have, is how many trees would be removed?
I'm not sure.
Just
There-
one,
Just
according
one.
to
Yeah,
what
there
you said, I
aren't-
think it's
Okay.
just one.
There's one large tree. If you look at the plans, you can see the canopy of the tree continues to be shown, even though it's going to be removed. You can see where
That's
that
on the
is.
other one.
It's basically, other than that, you know,
Mostly, yeah, scrub trees. He had a
Scrub.
structure there.
he
The-
had a
The man that owned the house had a structure built there.
so he cleared some of it, I think. I mean, all I know is that he had a escape.
And then there's another
I see.
beautiful tree, but it's behind where the log little wall edging is. It's tucked back into that woody area,
Yeah.
so. That's not that won't be disturbed.
I don't believe so.
No, it's not in that area.
I really,
And it appears to be very level, so.
yeah, that's level pretty.
It's level, which was surprising. I was actually peeking over the fence this afternoon. And so there's not a need for a retaining wall, which I also,
No.
it's,
It can all be graded the proper way, yeah.
yeah.
This is the tree that needs to be protected.
Yeah.
And this is the tree that's being removed, right?
We're not going anywhere near that tree.
It's just that little, you see that little shed, and then it's scrubby growth around there. But so, we did look at trees to be, as a starting point, and that's why he depicts those, so that you can see what the big ones are. And, you know, certainly gonna be planting a lot of trees. The question is, if you'd like a little bit more artistic landscaping, and I can see that you're asking for that, we'll go back and ask about doing that.
All right, so I think
All right.
we've asked some good questions here. So I think we would love for you to come back in the future, and I'm thinking the 28th is a pretty full agenda, so I don't know, what is your thought on when you would want to come back, Marion?
Well, we don't necessarily have to wait until I have a date for the Board of Appeals.
Right.
But you need to understand that we're not going to complete this until the Board of Appeals has their hearing. So
Sure.
just keep that in your, as you think about the calendar. We don't necessarily know, I don't think we have to come back for your next agenda, which is very crowded. But maybe early October,
So we have a meeting on the 12th.
the 12th. When's your,
That's our-
do you have dates yet for October meetings?
Our regular scheduled meeting is the
It'll be
12th?
the 12th and the 26th.
Then you can return
Board
on
of
the 12th.
Appeals is when?
We don't have a date yet
Oh.
from the Board of Appeals, but I was told that to expect it would be mid to late October.
Okay.
So, do you want to try to come back on the 12th with the information that's
Sure.
been requested? And then see what other questions you might have, and then we'd have to hold on.
See where we are
until
then.
that. We'd have to
Okay.
continue to ask. for the Board of
Certainly.
Appeals. By then, I should have a date
Okay.
for the Board of Appeals. And try to, we'll give you as much as we can, though, for the 12th.
All right, so why don't we continue?
We've got some members of the public here.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. If somebody would like to, if there are any questions from the public at this point, or,
Some of us want to speak. I'd like to speak.
okay, great, all right, let's welcome and,
Yeah, come on up and speak into the microphone. Give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Nick Sesso, and my family lives at 688 Randolph Ave, and I myself bought the house on Randolph Ave in the 70s. And with all due respect to Ms. McGetrick, this is all about quality of life, because this area is residentially zoned, and, you know, we can't pretend that the parking lot is not in someone's backyard, because it will be. So, when you move to Milton, you come to a town that is better than where you came from. And that was the case for me. I grew up in Boston. And when you invest your family's lives in Milton, you should be able to have an expectation that if your neighborhood is residential, that your backyard doesn't become your neighbor's non-conforming businesses' 22-car parking lot. The cookie factory at Bent's, over the years, has been granted numerous variances. And I can see that it'll just be one thing right after another. And I think at this point, they're overdoing it. And I think it's a shame if you folks actually let this happen, because this parking lot is gonna be, the cars are gonna be parked 20 feet from my family's backyard. And you talk about Randolph Ave and how bad a road it is a bad road, and for those of us who live there, the only peace we get is our backyards. So my backyard, my family's backyard, I don't think should be someone else's parking lot that I have to look at all the time. And that's basically all I have to say. And I say, shame on you if you let it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have a letter for the chair and
That's great.
Mr. Swinsky. I'm sorry I don't have copies for everybody.
We'll circulate that.
My name is Paul Hogan. I'm an attorney representing the neighbors at 678, which would be now be the abutter. They were surprised to learn about this. Oh, by the way, I live at 56 Pierce Street in Milton. I'm the former chair of the Milton School Committee, and I was on the school building committee for 12 years. And with Mr. Shawinski, I tried to build the animal shelter a few years ago, but it didn't happen. The prices were like 2x times what we had. But anyway, I represent the owners of 678 Randolph Ave, Emma Mai and Trung Mai. They're both here. They've asked me to speak for them. And some of the concerns they have, you've hit in some of your questions. I gave you my last copy, so.
Oh, sorry.
No, my fault. It's my
Yeah,
cheat
I'll hang on to that, thank you.
If they had a choice, they would ask you not to approve this. They've been living there for 9 years, they have 3 children, and they have the backyard. They're the most closest to the project. The only map I have here is this one, which I think you're familiar with, and we're right here. So we're right beside the property that was just acquired. So, you know, they're concerned about their privacy, they're concerned about headlights and what it might do to property value. They have some questions too, and maybe you can sort this out in the future hearing. Why do we need such a large parking lot is the question. Revive Bakery has been successful, and it's mostly a takeout eatery, and there exist 7 spaces on the street. Most people come in, get out, and leave. The proposed parking lot is far away from the front door, and they don't envision people parking in the back and walking so far to the business. I heard the discussion tonight about maybe moving that to the residential people. Now, they're concerned too is whether or not, you know, the Falcone company, which is a very successful developer, very well versed, might be doing something more with the building. Apparently not, but that was a concern when we walked here. So if it was to be built, the Mize would be looking for certain conditions to be included. Ideally, they would agree to a smaller parking lot that is further away from their property line. They'd like a nice fence, a tall fence, probably the one that matches the fence that exists there now. They like the idea of the trees being planted, and we appreciate your comments and concerns about that tonight. And the lighting, I think that's a major concern, the height of the poles, you know, bright lights. The prior resident just talked about how nice the backyard is, and theirs is very nice as well, and they're concerned about that. And we heard tonight, and Evan passed a note to me about the stormwater, and apparently, you know, if it's going back towards the road, that's one thing, but if it's headed our way, that's a real problem. So, in an ideal world, they'd like to see it not happen. But if it does happen, these concerns, if they're looked at, would be something that would be interesting. I don't know if you want to speak or say something.
I just wanted to say that currently they have a really nice wooden fence between Bent's and 672, and they have the light affixed to the fence. So I think that works well, and it would be much nicer than like 12-foot tall poles in our backyard. I mean, it's going to add a lot of light to our yard. So we can't really see the people parking back there. I mean, our yard looks right at the fence where Bent's is, through 672. And if they had that similar kind of fence, I think it would be better. And then landscaping. but also ideally, we would want no parking lot ideally, but if there is going to be one, I feel like the parking is kind of excessive with 22 spots back there. I don't know why they can't just add some more, not quite so many. I don't know.
I'd also like to add that the proposed parking lot would look directly into our bathroom. You just open up the shade and...
Our kitchen, the
but
back of our house is going to be facing this.
in terms of privacy, having a parking lot there without any fencing, without any barriers, would erode all of our privacy.
And I also, they talked about how Randolph Ave is busy and maybe should be rezoned, but we all have families that live there. All of our neighbors have kids. It's on both sides of the street, it is very residential. So, regardless of what other people think about Randolph Ave, it's a part of Milton and part of the community with lots of families. So,
Thank you.
Great,
Thank you.
Appreciate the comments.
I just got one question.
Yes.
For the next meeting.
Sorry, yes, your name, please? Sorry.
Ryan Villard, I also live at 688 Randolph Ave. For the next meeting, will we get another one of those handouts that we got in the mail? Are we gonna get another one of those so we know when that meeting is? So we can
No,
come in?
what the board will do tonight is continue the meeting and you'll know the date and the time.
The date's certain.
So
Okay.
moving forward, you'll know when that is.
Which,
Okay.
yeah.
And then that'll be on the agenda that's posted on the public meeting calendar for whatever that meeting is.
Okay, and now the next meeting, is there a meeting that's just about this kind of, I also heard that the MBTA situation is gonna have its own meeting? Is that correct?
We're going to have we have a public hearing process, but I think October 12th is when we're thinking that we would continue.
For this one?
Yes, so
Okay.
we can have multiple.
It won't be
topics.
exclusive,
It
though.
won't be exclusive.
Oh,
to
okay,
MBTA.
but that'll be here,
Yeah.
Yes.
same time?
We don't know, well, our public hearings, we're going to vote shortly that,
Okay,
so it would be probably likely 7:05.
okay, awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, can I have a motion to continue the public hearing for 79 Pleasant Street, site plan approval, to, I think that, we said the 12th, right, of October,
I think at 7:05?
at 7:05.
Can I ask one question of Marion before you continue with this
Sure.
motion? Did you have is this the only attempt of how to park additional parking spaces?
I don't know, but I'll ask the engineer what else they looked at. I'm listening to all the comments tonight, so, of course, we'll go back and see what else, in terms of what,
Well, my
did we
question-
look at other shapes, you mean, that kind of thing?
Exactly. There's often numerous configurations to achieve parking, and,
Right.
as a result of some of the comments, one of the things that's really difficult, I'm actually looking at Marion, I'm looking at Google Earth here,
Oh.
to try to understand the location of the homes of the residents that have spoken tonight. And, obviously, what we can't see on the plan is how close the neighbor is, Marion, right here. It's not drawn in, so we don't know that unless we do something like this. But I'd be curious to see if the engineer had another attempt in such a way, possibly, create additional parking for the Falcone's property, but possibly, do it in a manner that doesn't take a parking lot into what the neighbors described as their backyard. And not a lot of engineering. The engineer can do something really, really simple and quick. We have an architect here who does this stuff all the time. But just a,
Nice job there,
You
though.
like
I
that?
think.
You want to stamp this? Can we stamp it? I'll build it, yeah. But I think it'd be helpful, if we just have maybe another simple attempt at trying to increase parking without creating a lot that is as
Sort of an L
impactful.
shape. It's an L shape, and maybe it could be more of a rectangle.
I think to your point, if you could try and minimize the amount of pavement, you would make that come back straight and have a double loaded
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
parking spaces.
Yeah.
And that's what I picked up from your little sketch there. And I guess the question then is just, I mean, obviously, they have to rebuild the fence and all that, but really the question is the stormwater at that point, right? And having to move the dumpster. But I think it's worth a site plan study to see how that would work.
It actually could be, it could be less pavement. There'd probably be less stormwater as a result of less pavement. I don't know that it would be any more expensive. It could potentially be less expensive.
I can't see your sketch, but you're talking about moving in the back line and moving it over on the front towards the existing lot?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, you know, the way that the approach to this added parking was to really almost leave everything that was existing as is.
Right.
You know, what I'm suggesting is to possibly take the existing area that you have and, you know, widen it so that you can park, you know, in both directions, right and left, and I'd be curious to see what parking result you might get.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I mean, the way that the employee parking is there is not ideal either, you know, when you're, so it just would be an interesting study. I don't think it's too complicated, and
Well, and I think the other interesting thing about it is it points the cars a bit more towards, I think, the animal shelter site versus away from the single-family homes. If I'm looking at the town GIS map right now.
That's the horse farm. There's a huge.
Oh, the horse
This
farm,
is a
okay.
huge area of land up behind here. Actually, you don't see that on the plan either. But absolutely, you're right, and I'm aware, I heard the neighbors tonight, I know exactly where their house is, and when I go to the Board of Appeals, I always give them a GIS plan. I didn't do that with you, but that's what the discussion's about. How can this, if it can be distanced more from those two neighbors who are on that side, and also then is there a redesign that would bring it closer to the other parking lot perhaps, but still work well? I did hear the comments about fencing and lighting and so forth, and I also agree, I think the lighting and the fencing is nice in the fence site, so we'll see what we can do with that. And finally, I just want to comment that we absolutely are not proposing rezoning. This is an alternative. It's not necessarily going to fly, but the proposal is don't rezone. Instead, do something to change the rear here to increase the parking area, but maybe we can do it in an even better design. We'll go back and look. And we have some time, at least I do, because we're not going to even be before the Board of Appeals to the probably end of October, and I would really like to have, if there are going to be design changes, it would be great to have some of those mapped out to be able to show the Board of Appeals. We're going to have the same discussion and even more of it probably with them. So I appreciate the time you spent with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it, and thank you for the comments from the neighbors.
Okay, so it'll be October 12th.
Yeah, and we have a motion, we need to make them, finish
So
that
I'll
motion.
make that motion that you outlined, which is, what's that, the address that we have?
79 Pleasant Street.
Okay, so I will move to continue the site plan approval hearing for 79 Pleasant Street and 672 Randolph Ave to October 12th at 7:05.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So now moving on to our agenda next, we have our, thank you very much, good night. The discussion of the local historic districts under new business, thank you. Study committee, and we'd like to welcome Larry Loeffler to the table, and thank you for patiently waiting. You were here early.
Oh, my God. Thank you for inviting me.
State your
Sure,
name and address.
Sure, both of you. I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to say, so let me first start with, we've spent 2 years.
How about your name?
Your name
I
and
think she
address.
mentioned it, but I am Larry
And your
Loeffler,
address?
the chairman of the Local Historic District Study Committee. And for 2 years, our committee has been studying the differences, first, the difference between federal, state, and local historic districts. There is no local historic district in Milton at this time. Each of these districts has certain criteria that has to be met, and certain powers that they have. So when we set out, we first looked at the 6 federal areas. Milton Hill, the cemetery, Scott's Woods, there's 6 of them. And as we went through and talked to all of the stakeholders here in town, Jen Doherty from the Mass Historical Commission was a big help. We realized that there is so much to protect here. What are we going to protect? How are we going to protect it? And what does that mean? So 2 years later, right now, as of yesterday, the proposal that our committee put forward to the state was accepted. And that happened yesterday in a meeting, so we will get notice of that. This begins our public speaking period, because on December 6th, I believe, the town meeting, that's when it will be ultimately voted on. So this is my first discussion with another committee, although both of you spoke at our committees, at our committee, and were invaluable. And for that reason, we chose Milton Village as the area that we would like to designate as our first local historic district. We have no intention of doing anything like, for instance, Nantucket, where where everything has to be the same. We are not proposing any of those rules. And our proposal states that. After we finish our work, the group that comes behind us actually makes and pays attention to those rules and enforces them. We are just putting forth the fact that we want to protect Milton Village. It is historic in so many different ways. Nationally, it is historic in so many different ways. One of the first places where industry used different and new techniques. The Baker Chocolate Factory was one of them. The use of brick rather than wood to create industrial sites. The use of water as a power source. It's really very fascinating. Milton Village there's not a lot there. It is a commercial zone with some residential properties. So where we are right now is that before the end of this month, we will have a letter that will go out to every single property owner in Milton Village, describing, we're going to give them the proposal. We're going to tell them what we think we want to do. We're going to ask for their input. We're going to do a survey. And that is really the beginning of the public forward aspect of this. Does anyone have any questions?
I just want to clarify, you were required to come to the planning board with this, right, for the...
I was told not to come to the planning board because the rules, frankly, I'm a volunteer. I think that all you people are as well. The state rules and the local rules and the county rules are so conflicting. So I was told by the state that I had to first speak to the select board. The select board named the local historic district study committee. So we had to respond to them first. Secondly, we are part of the historical commission, an appendage to that, and we were supposed to talk to them second. And then we were going to come to the planning board. So you guys get me first.
So just to, and I don't disagree with Mr. Loffer about the confusion and the confliction. The 40C at this stage in the game basically says the local committee, once it has preliminary report, submits that preliminary report to Mass Historic, which you've done.
Yes.
And they've given it the thumbs up. which is awesome, and also submit to the planning board.
That's what I thought, okay.
And that's all it says. So
I submitted it to the planning board when I submitted it to the state.
Right. So you all don't necessarily have a statutory requirement to hold a hearing or to do anything. It's really meant more as an opportunity for you to take a look at it. If you have any recommendations, comments, questions for the local committee in advance of their public hearing, which they are statutorily required to have, and I think you guys are scheduled that for November, that would be sort of the opportunity that you've got the thing ahead of time, you have a chance to take a look at it, talk amongst yourselves. If you've got questions or comments or anything, to get those to the committee, in advance of the public hearing. There's no requirement to do that. You actually receiving the thing is all she wrote. But I think, given all the work that you all have done in Milton Village, and I think the tremendous interest in this topic, it might be worth, looking into a little bit more than what the statute requires. And I think, Mr. Lawfer, thank you very much for coming, even though they told you not to. You just have had your hands on it, for as long as anybody. So it's good just to sort of get that introduction. And if the board has any questions, to be available for that.
I do have something I'd like to say.
Yeah.
I recall back to even the master plan, where the master plan recommends looking at local historic districts, because the National Register districts are wonderful, but they don't provide protections. And that was something that we talked a lot about when we did the Milton Village overlay zoning. And we said at that time, we'll make the zoning such it doesn't incentivize any tear down of anything historic. In fact, give a bonus to encourage preservation, but the real teeth will come from a district. And so I think now is extraordinarily timely as we're looking at the MBTA communities, because that law doesn't supersede the local historic district. So if we can offer this protection to this area, which we've all identified, I think many people have identified needs this protection. While we'd like to see some, neighborhood-oriented, small-scale redevelopment in that area, we don't want to lose something as a result of that, right? So we can do both. And this allows us, I think, to do both. And so thank you. Thanks for inviting me to your committee meeting some time ago. And we spoke about this then. And so I'd like for us to, we can look at the details, but I think conceptually I'd like for us to say that we are definitely supportive of this and kind of look at the details.
And I appreciate that support from our chair, from you, Cheryl. I appreciate that support. Here's what I think, and being a volunteer first time through this, it's a bit watery. And it will change. And once the public gets involved, there's going to be some angry people, there's going to be some thrilled people. That's public discourse. We are ready for that. And the document, when I get back the document from the state, I'm supposed to get a letter in the next day or so. And it's going to make some adjustments to what we proposed. But through this period of time, before we get to the actual voting on this, things are going to change. People will step forward and people will have opinions, and we will adjust to those opinions. But the feeling in our committee is this is what we should be doing. This should be our first choice in this town. We should be following what the planning board has been working on, and we should be united in this. We're not looking to change anything. We're looking to protect the culture of Milton that's been around since the 1600s, and we're thinking about the Milton culture in the 2100s, and what did we do during our time to protect that, so that when our grandchildren are here living in the town, if they're so lucky, that they're going to have a town of Milton like we understood, where it was inclusive and had historical parts and had the ability to grow and change, because that's what's happened in Milton over the last 200 years. So there's no expectation. It's not going to change. Let's protect what we can protect, and give guidelines to that.
I think giving the guidelines to the change is really the important part, and they're guidelines with some teeth.
And you know what? What's great, Cheryl? Guidelines aren't on my watch. The guidelines come, there's a committee that comes after this, and they're the ones that actually set the guidelines. We set the parameters for the guidelines, and we talk about that, but we don't set them into law as the next group will.
So I have a question, because it is labeled Milton Village, but you do highlight Elliott Street.
Yes, part of
And,
it, Elliott Street.
So that was my question. So it is not going into Central Ave Business District, Central Ave Village?
It doesn't go as far as to
Yeah,
Central
yeah,
Ave.
yeah.
Because
Okay.
that's part of the Milton Village overlay. We are following the guidelines of the Milton Village overlay.
Which didn't go to Central Ave.
It didn't, yes, yeah. And
There's
how
a-
come? I know
There's
that's
a different overlay there.
Yes, yeah, okay. So that's what,
Well,
in-
that can be adjusted, by
yeah,
the way.
in this document, it just talked about the, Crosby Colonials and the houses along Elliott Street. So I know it's a different district, and I call it Central Ave and Milton Village. So I just wanted to confirm that it is not in Central.
It is not.
Yeah.
It does not go there.
Yeah.
Larry, this represents, Larry, I'm sorry to interrupt, that represents the district, right?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah, so.
Correct.
Yeah, so it ends just after High Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, High Street was an early essential street, more than Adams Street. It was the main thoroughfare when Hutchinson lived here.
Yeah, thank you.
And
I'll pull it up.
Adams Street came later.
Yeah, I'll just say, Larry, it's great work. Appreciate all the effort, because a lot of time went into it. There's a real history lesson in here. where you
It's
can read the
fascinating.
Families that lived in each of the properties, and, it's fantastic. So, thanks for putting your time and effort into it. I think it's great, and I'm with Cheryl. I mean, we're here to support this kind of effort that you and the team have put in.
One thing that was asked of me just last week we had a meeting, today's Thursday. We had a meeting on Monday, and we got a letter from, I can't remember the exact group, but I think it's the group that represents the wharf. And they asked us to support the money that's been allocated to rebuild the Milton Jail, the Milton Yacht Club.
So an application before the Community Preservation Committee?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Correct.
I'm this board's representative to that committee.
And that was sponsored by the Historical Commission.
Yeah, so that's one of the applications. And
So we were asked to do that, and we see no reason as a committee not to support that, because that building needs help.
it does.
And it is historical. So does that F.A. King property that's kind of dilapidated.
The hat house,
The old hat shop.
The Swift Hat Shop next door, which is sad.
Is that what that was? Is that?
It was the oldest, one of the oldest, it's one of the last existing commercial buildings in the country, and it was a premier hat shop back in the day. So it was one
And
of the
then a little bit more recently, it was where the Nutshell was started, because my mother-in-law and grandmother-in-law started the Nutshell in that building, and with the little book room.
It's a great location, and it's so sad to see that building.
There was all sorts of, when we did the Master Plan Implementation Committee did a planning study a few years ago in that area, and there was talk of all different ideas of what could be there. And I'm still hopeful that we'll see some things.
Something, anything.
You know, you have so many wonderful things coming together, a little waterfront, a bike path, you have small business. It could really be much more vibrant mix of things than what we have today. But that's what the overlay was intended to help. And but I think I know we have a lot on our agenda tonight. I'm not sure if you, how
you
much
need a
we
vote
need.
from
Yeah,
us?
do you
Do
need
you
a
need a vote?
letter or vote
or anything? Do you need a vote of our support for you moving forward? Or
Please.
Okay.
Well, I think we are one of the few communities, people are surprised that Milton, with all of the historic properties that we have, that we don't have a local historic district. And I think this is a start for maybe could become others.
Exactly.
Setting, an example of how you do it without being overly restrictive to property.
And that is the key.
And that's what,
Yeah.
I like the way this is being done. It's just, let's just establish a local historic district and start there.
And the controversy within our committee was because we had one member that wanted one specific area. I think
There's so
because
many, yeah.
the member lived in that area and was on that area group. But it didn't make sense to the entire group, especially considering what Milton Planning Committee was working on.
Okay, so then.
Motion to
yeah.
support?
Then I guess for us to think about and talk maybe again, is if we need to delve into any of what the recommendations are.
Yeah, and I think we could look them over and
yeah.
offer our comments to Tim if there's anything prior to your public hearing.
We are going to need some help. We need to create a PowerPoint so when we present at the town committee, at the town meeting, we have something. I'm creative in many ways. I'm not a PowerPoint guy.
There's some members on the Historical Commission who might be able to possibly help with that.
Perfect.
You can.
We'll talk afterwards.
Yeah, don't look at me.
Quick question for you. Why'd you stop at 23 Canton Ave and not keep going a few houses beyond that?
Because of the overlay. We stopped-
Oh, that's where the district stops?
The business district. She's staying with the business district.
23 isn't commercial, right? It's next to the old DeWolf building?
It's an attorney's office, it's a lot.
Oh, that is an attorney, oh, that is a commercial?
Commercial, yeah, it's in the business district.
All right, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, so I'll make a motion to support the local historic study committee's recommendation to designate Milton Village a historic district. Is there a second?
I second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Good luck.
Great,
You guys have long meetings.
Thank you. We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
You can hear what I started.
Yeah. We're going to keep
We've got the
moving.
diehards now.
Thank you, Mary, and we'll have any comments that members have to share with you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So our next, so moving on, we are going to go to our old business, which is the MBTA Communities Update. Tim, do you want to?
So I'm promoting Zoe and Matt from UTEAL, and they'll be able to present on some of the work. I actually missed Matt and did Mary instead, so let me see if I can figure this out.
Thank you.
We're both here. I think Matthew just will need a moment to unmute and get ready.
There he is.
Can we turn up the volume a little bit on Zoe? Just a little bit quiet.
I can also speak more closely to my mic if that
Thank you,
helps.
that's a little bit better, Zoe. Thank you, and welcome, and I'm grateful for your patience and waiting for the other items. on
So
the
yeah,
agenda.
if you all just want to take it away, we can get started.
Yeah, happy to.
Do you have the ability
So I'm
to
going to
share
go ahead and
your
share my
screen?
screen. Let's just make sure this works.
There we go.
You're all seeing the screen okay now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to dive right in. We are going to just kind of do a quick recap for you, and then we're going to dive into the options that we've tested based on the feedback we got from you last time. And we do also have some build-out visualizations that we'll walk you through that are related to the sort of core feedback that we got. So the first three options, just to sort of point out, are going to be repeating the ones that we shared with you last time so that we can come back to them for reference if needed. Okay, so with that in mind, just an update on timeline. We're really aiming to vote or kind of get to some level of agreement that would enable us to then, make any remaining small tweaks and submit to the state for pre-adoption review on the 22nd. That's important to be able to get some indication of the state's feedback before going to the sort of adoption itself to get to compliance. And just as a reminder, this is something that came up last time that we did clarify, but I do want to just reiterate it because it's embedded in some of our options. For the purposes of this law, multifamily is defined as one of two things. Either one building that has 3 or more units, or 2 or more buildings, each of which has 2 or more units. So we are going to be making use of kind of both of those different definitions for different components. And we did also discuss last time adding lot coverage parameters throughout. For the purposes of the way the model thinks about this, we're going to be using the term building coverage and parking. That is the closest to the meaning of what we have been discussing as lot coverage. And I just point that out so that it, the shorthand itself has a different meaning for the model. So we're going to be showing you building coverage and parking. You can think about that as lot coverage. That's what, a lot of folks are sort of implicitly think of that way. So what we heard from you last time, a lot of the conversation focused around the small lot residential neighborhoods. There was a lot of concern about incentivizing teardowns or, a desire to avoid anything that would incentivize teardowns. Wanting to see build-out visualizations that showed what that, what the conditions would be like, what would be allowed and not allowed, and how that sort of lands on typical lots in these areas. And then, broadly speaking, a willingness to, if needed, let there be a little bit denser development in Granite Ave, Milton Station, Mattapan Station, in order to support sort of increased sort of density and massing and form controls in these existing small lot residential neighborhoods. There's then a couple of specific changes that we were requested to make. One was for transit area triplex, removing the National Historic properties, then and adding a new sort of concept to that, looking at 10,000 square foot minimum lot sizes with a 4-unit per lot assumption. That's making use of that second definition of multifamily that I went over just a moment ago. Next, for the Blue Hills Parkway corridor, this we sort of let sit for a bit, but there was a desire to sort of explore if in that setting we might reduce density and add a minimum lot size. We can return to that later on. And then for Blue Hills, a desire to kind of add like an expanded area around the Blue Hills Parkway corridor, which we had brought to this group last time, that would capture the 2-family areas that sort of surround the Blue Hills Parkway. And that in that setting, there was, we were asked to look at up to 3 stories and letting building and parking coverage climb to 60% and a 5,000 square foot minimum lot size. So a denser scheme than what we had looked at in the transit area triplex subdistrict. And then finally, for Granite Ave, and this is again something we have sort of tabled for next time, looking at prioritizing measures that would reduce the building and parking coverage, essentially prioritizing the site plan and potentially allowing a little bit of additional height if that enabled the site plan itself to be a better fit for what you're looking for. So that's the sort of the tasks that we took with us as we went into the sort of revisions here. So just a quick refresher here, these are all of the sub-districts that we're looking at today, including this green one that was added as the Blue Hills triplex. That's what's currently, largely single and 2-family units. And then just to sort of remind you about where we're looking at, East Milton Square, Granite Ave, these are unchanged from last time, Milton Station, Mattapan Station. Blue Hills Parkway corridor, this is the one that was added last time that we discussed and then triggered the discussion about expanding that area. The 2 sub-districts that we have altered for the discussion today are the transit area triplex boundary. We did expand it to include the lots that would be a better fit for that 10,000 square foot minimum. So we grabbed a little bit more of the area that sort of immediately abuts the area we were looking at last time, and kept to kind of a continuous street so that there's a sort of coherent sense of the logic behind that boundary. And then we did also add that Blue Hills Parkway triplex sort of buffer area. So as a refresher, this was what we showed you last time. This is the new expanded area that we studied this time. To understand kind of the impacts of that, this is, you know, that revised sub-district, and you can see that this is showing you the parcel size distribution, so how many parcels are at a given size. So you can see there's a big, there's not very many parcels that are below 5,000. That's this first line. There are quite a few parcels between 5,000 and 7,500, and then you see it start to sort of trail off. So the thresholds that we studied were 5,000, 7,500, and 10,000 square feet that would carry kind of different rule sets. And just to quickly go through visually, this is the blue parcels here are the ones that are the 10,000 square foot parcels. If you include 7,500, that would be the expanded blue. If you drop down to something closer to 5,000, it's the vast majority of the area, and then 5,000 is almost all of the parcels. The next thing that we explored as a variant for this one is because we'll see it in a moment, the density that we got back was not what we needed to see. So this looks at just the 10,000 square foot minimum lot size with 4 units and crafting a sub-district boundary that is aligned as closely as possible with where those 10,000 square foot parcels exist within the fabric of your the Mattapan Trolley adjacent neighborhoods there. And in this scheme, about 60% of these parcels are eligible with that 10,000 square foot minimum. So it's, you know, a decent yield that can support a reasonable density that won't drag down all the numbers. For the Blue Hills triplex, this is the area that we studied based on the suggestions that we got last time. This has a very different parcel size distribution. It is weighted heavily towards 5,000 and below. So it's very sensitive to parcel size, minimum parcel size thresholds. And there's a big, drop off as you go up in terms of the overall district density because so many parcels are excluded. So just to visualize that, and then I'll get into our options. This is looking at just 10,000 square foot parcels and above. As you can see, it's just a handful of parcels. It's mostly the institutional parcels that are present in the neighborhood. It is very few parcels are able to contribute at this level. If we drop down to 7,500, still very few, just 15% of parcels. At 5,250, we start to get to something that's workable with 44% of parcels being eligible. And then if we drop down to 5,000, we just break half. So even at 5,000, we're still looking at not that many parcels contributing to this district. Okay, so that's all just context setting, so we all know what we're talking about. And then this is the additional model runs that we did based on those parameter changes. So these first 3 are ones that we presented last meeting. I'm going to skip through them, but we can return to them with further discussion if needed. And then we have 4 variants that we want to share with you for discussion tonight. So these are the ones that were shown last meeting. This is the first of the new scenarios that we ran. So I'm going to walk you through, focus on the red text here. Those are the ones that are new or changed. So we've brought our 3 sort of denser districts back up to that 40 to make sure that we have enough wiggle room to bring the numbers down elsewhere based on the suggestions we got. So we've added, this is using that sort of larger transit area triplex sub-district with a tiered approach using the 3 units per lot and 7,500 square foot minimum lot size that we showed you last time. but adding a second tier that is 4 units per lot and 10,000 square foot lots minimum. We did also, for these districts, we're suggesting allowing 70% building and lot coverage. That is to, recognize that, that's probably what's needed to make these viable for development. Even though that change is not, the model is not super sensitive to that change, that would be our recommendation, just to be kind of market viable. And then for the Blue Hills triplex, that's this new, the district that we were showing in green previously that expands to the west of the Blue Hills Parkway corridor. We have that set initially at 27 units per acre. That's more or less a match for 3 units on a 5,000 square foot lot. The reason we put 27 in there is because it scales with the parcel size. So if you get a large parcel, it scales. It doesn't just peg you to 3 units, even if you have a much larger parcel. We used a 5,000 square foot minimum lot size per request, and 3 maximum building height of 3 stories, 60% lot coverage. So these are what we were asked to look at from the last meeting. So you can see on the right here the sort of numbers that yields, even with those parameters, even with sort of letting these districts climb up, we still come in below the 15 units per acre density target. So this is not a compliant path forward. And what's really driving that is 2 things. One is that we've expanded the area of the transit area triplex and the density is still low. So we have a larger area that is at a low density. And then we've also added a additional, quite large sub-district that is also, while closer to 15 units per acre, it is also below 15 units per acre. So the rest of these sub-districts, even though they're quite dense, by comparison, are not enough to compensate for the 2 triplex districts that are dragging down the numbers. So with that in mind, we've done a couple of variants to kind of see how else we can come in, with this general idea, come into compliance. The first thing that, these are the numbers that we're asked to explore, but after looking very closely at the parcel patterns, and the way that the buildings were configured on the parcels for parcels that were in that 5,000 square foot ballpark, the configuration on 5,000 square foot lots in the Blue Hills triplex and the transit area triplex areas were almost identical. So having different rule sets for those, despite almost identical building conditions, isn't really, there's no planning logic for it. So we would recommend that if there is a desire to move forward with the Blue Hills triplex, that we bring the 2 triplex sub-districts into alignment. In other words, the rules that are applying to lots of a particular size in one district also apply to lots of that size in another district, because of the sort of similarity of the sort of character at a parcel scale between the 2. So that's what you're seeing here. That is also, not surprisingly, not compliant, but this is sort of what we would suggest as like a baseline to sort of work from. So if we take that as a starting point, and just to highlight the things that have changed here is the minimum lot size in the transit area triplex, and the lot coverage to match that 60%, and bringing the minimum parcel size up just a little bit for the Blue Hills triplex to get to the highest, number that could get close to compliance. So this is the next run that we try to see if, without the Blue Hills triplex, are we still able to get to compliance with this concept for the transit area triplex? And unfortunately, it yields pretty much the same results. We're still, hitting that, below the 15 units per acre. And I do want to point out before kind of moving on that the other sort of collateral damage or unintended consequence of this sort of the modifications in these two triplex districts is what we're getting is large areas at low densities that are yielding a lot of units because it is a large area. And so you'll see if we go back to option 1C, which was the final option we presented at the last meeting, this is coming in quite close to the number of units that you're required to hit as a minimum. So 2,495 units comparing to a requirement of 2,461. So quite close. Once we add in the modified parameters for making use of the Blue Hills triplex and the new rules for the transit area triplex, we get to almost pretty quickly, almost double the number of units, and we're still not compliant. So there's a sort of a ripple effect of that in terms of the other impacts that you brought up in our first meeting that you were concerned about around fiscal impacts, school impacts, resident congestion impacts. So we're looking at a much larger number if we include all of these with these rule sets. Okay. So this is the one that we tested without the Blue Hills triplex. Again, still not compliant. So what we then did is testing a version that does not have the Blue Hills triplex and does have the transit area, but only the portion that is 10,000 square foot minimum lot size and 4 units per lot. And that this gets us scraping just above the 15 units per acre minimum, and the unit capacity is back down closer to the compliance target. So I know that's a ton of numbers that I just threw at you, but what I want to kind of focus you on is the options that we presented at the last meeting are all getting you, quite close across the board to your parameters, and even in 1C here, we were able to get the denser districts, sub-districts of Granite Ave, and Milton Village, Milton Station, and Mattapan Station down a little bit. So that is that option 1C here is hitting on quite a few of your priorities. And then the other one that we think is sort of giving you a good option here is 1G, which is the one that we just looked at, which modifies the transit area to prioritize the fourplex and 10,000 square foot lot concept and drops off the smaller lots in that area to enable us to get to a sort of both a smaller area and a higher density that's closer to what we need it to do. So I'm maybe going to stop there for a moment. I think I'm just going to check. I think my next slide is actually a little bit out of date, so I'm going to stop sharing for a second. And if anybody wants to jump in with some questions, we can pause there, and then we have some build out visualizations that we want to show you to help sort of frame the conversation more.
Just have 2 questions, Zoe. Thank you, that was really helpful. And thanks for looking at all the things that we suggested in a week's time frame. So I really appreciate that. I wonder how many properties in that district, I forget what it's being termed now, that are 10,000 square feet. How many properties are in 1G?
Let me take a look at that. Jump back up to this one. Okay, so there's a total of 272 parcels in this sort of, we were calling it almost like a necklace. I think Tim coined that. It's like the 10,000 square foot necklace that connects the 2 station areas. So 60% of those 272 parcels are 10,000 square foot or above. So that would be 164.
Okay. And then can you go back to the table which shows the parameters? Let's just say 1G. So I'm curious about the Milton, the Mattapan and the Granite Ave. Granite Ave has a 6-story building, and I'm concerned that we are prioritizing using more lot coverage and less height, where if we could match the heights that we already have, at Mattapan Station, it's a 6-story building as well. So if we went 6 there and we reduced the lot coverage so we could get more green space, that would more similarly match what we have now. But I don't know, how would that affect these numbers, if at all?
So I think there's kind of like, for all of them, it's going to be kind of like a balance point where you're not yielding like more benefit, because there's like, you can only shrink the building footprints down so much. But like generally speaking, the concept you're talking about has a lot of merit. If the main things you're concerned about are like site plan, open space, the relationship of the building to the street, and like preserving environmental sort of constraints that relate very closely to the site plan, then giving a little bit more height and having some more constraints at the site plan sort of ground level could be a good fit. I don't know, Matthew, if you have kind of more to add there.
Yeah, I mean, you're increasing height, reducing the building parking coverage. It might be a little bit of a wash. On my sense is that we're tinkering a little bit with those areas, and I don't think they're going to push the model hugely in one direction or the other, but I think that makes sense if you're comfortable with that height there.
Yeah, I would think that I'd rather not change the capacity, but make it a better design solution there with that suggestion. But and I think Milton Station, maybe not 3, maybe not 6, but maybe 4 to 5. But otherwise, those are my questions for now.
My comment was just to correct a statement you made, that you said these are our priorities, but I just want to correct that. It's not my priority.
Understood. Yeah, probably just saying that the things that we were asked to study in greater detail.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah, heard.
I understand,
yeah,
but
I
it's
understand.
not.
It's never can't speak in one voice as a group. So appreciate the distinction.
And then just we had a resident who dropped off this packet. Her name is Eileen Franklin. She lives on Cortlandt Circle. And just for the record, now that we're here, she was voicing her opposition to the Granite Ave. So she dropped off a packet just to compare what is being built at the Quincy Hospital site. So the Quincy Hospital site, there's 445 units on 15 acres. And she attached a photo. And that's a photo of something that I personally am not in favor of seeing on Granite Ave. So
This includes 2 granite though. Her
Okay.
map doesn't. So
Okay.
the whole district is 2
Yes.
granite. I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak for you, Zoe, but
The-
it's 2 granite as well
Yes,
as this parcel.
okay.
So it's not on this little parcel. So.
Okay, so but that's just, I wanted just to recognize that she dropped
Yeah.
this off.
Absolutely.
And she's not here to speak during public speak,
Yeah.
so that's why I kind of wanted to
Thank you.
say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's. I'm glad that you shared that with us. This is I think what you were just referring to.
Yes.
So this is the sort of the most obvious Granite Ave parcels that sort of abut the sort of small residential community right here, and then we are also including. I believe this is the 2 Granite Ave, which is right at the town border.
So my comment then, would that allow you to have 2 Granite Ave have 6 stories, but the other Granite Ave have 4 stories?
Yeah, could you do a step down?
Can we change that? I was really referring
I
to-
believe we can. Yeah, you can, I think, create different rule sets as long as they're touching one another, and collectively the sub-districts that touch one another are at least 5 acres, which this combination is 5 acres and more.
Oh, and the other thing I forgot to mention that she said was it's stated that it's 15 units per acre, and at 12 acres, that would get you the 545 units. No, it would get you 180 units, but on this, it's proposing 545. So she said that they could be comfortable with closer to 200. They are not comfortable with anything over 200.
On that site, yeah.
Or the whole area.
Is your understanding that she was speaking specifically about the primary like site here? Like 200 on this site is where their comfort level is?
I didn't get that answer. She, in her photo, she included both parcels in the photo.
Yeah, okay, got it. Okay.
So what's the total acreage of all of the Granite Ave parcels?
Yes, that is, it's 13.7 acres for
Do we know how
the
that
full.
breaks down? Do we know how many acres are
Between the two? Like,
So the middle parcel is 8.2 acres. The Legion Hall, I think, is 2.1-ish. And then the remainder is
So 4 acres.
so you said 8.2 acres here.
No, down
No,
further.
it's like 4.1.
Yeah, Granite Ave is, I mean, 2 granites,
this one.
4.1.
Yeah, there you go.
2 granites.
And then, just so that it's easy for people to understand which one's which. How much is this one?
I think it might be like the 2.1 or 2.2.
And remind me, what's the separating those two lots, the 8.2 and the 2.2? What's that?
That's a right-of-way. It's probably just overgrown.
It
Okay.
used to be part of that Granite Railroad right-of-way from, I learned this from the CPC meeting because there's a proposal for an estuary to, anyway, just, there was a railroad right-of-way. It follows those trees. So if you see that green there, that's where it was. It's probably a road now, but that was where the rail used to go.
No,
right?
it goes out to the radio station. Have you ever been out there?
The
It's
radio-
wild.
No, but I understand from Kathleen O'Donnell, who did some legal title search analysis on this, that this was just sort of a part of the rail.
Yeah.
This piece, that's separating the two.
Yeah, railroads are notoriously good at holding on to their property and not letting anything happen on them.
So is there bike path potential there or anything, or?
We're trying.
We're trying to figure out.
Is that what we're trying to do?
Thinking about it, yeah.
We're trying to figure out what's going to happen with that, yeah.
Interesting.
So I think in the test analysis they did, they didn't cross that with the building.
And I do like lowering that height, like making that
Yeah.
a 4-story, and then 6-story where it's further down and further away.
It's already 6 there, that's what.
And it's already 6 existing there.
Yeah, that area, I share my point of view. That's the area of all of these sub-districts that I'm least comfortable with. You know, you drive down, and I drove through, what do they call it? Ashler Park now, I think, is what they call the old Quincy Hospital site. And, when this resident, Cortland's right across the street. She knows that this is what they'll look at. Drive out Cortland, you're going to see this. It's very un-Milton-like, when you consider what Ashler Park is now.
I haven't seen this, but did you do further test analysis, Zoe, on these sites? I think you said you had, so maybe we should see if they did.
Yeah, we can jump into that. I will just quickly to note, and this is not to, I understand what you're trying to manage for Granite Ave. Right now, it is one of the things that's helping to bolster your numbers overall. So just understand that if we're bringing the, even if we put it up to like 6 stories at the 2 Granite Ave and bring it down to 4 stories for the sort of this more southern portion of it, that will probably still, overall be a lower density because this is a much larger site. So putting this at 4 stories and this at 6 stories So you're probably going to need to find other places where you're willing to do a little bit more density in order to bring the density down
So
there.
can you go back, I don't think Granite Ave was it at 5?
Yeah, it's at 5 currently.
Okay.
So you know, if we're bringing the majority of the
Yeah.
site down
So
to
this is where
4.
I see Mattapan can go higher than 3.5 if that isn't, I wouldn't like to see 70% coverage though. But, and Milton Station, just because we have taller buildings there, 88 Wharf is already 6 stories and Unquity House is already 6 stories.
What about, I know it's going backwards, but what about going back to Brush Hill Road and taking a second look at Fuller Village? And trying to change some of the design parameters to get more density there?
I feel like we're going to continue to add and play with these districts. We're just,
Well, I mean,
we're going to never get done.
the issue with Brush Hill Road is to get to a density that helps instead of hurts. Then you're getting back to the same thing that we just kind of talked about with like that Blue Hill triplex district, where now we're almost more than double the number of units that we're required to do. You know, that was what we encountered the last time, where even at a relatively low overall density, there was still 1,100 units down on that site, and that was getting us 10 units an acre. So to get up to above 15, you'd be talking about, you know, greater than 2,000 units, if not 3,000 units on that site alone.
But didn't we talk about just breaking away Fuller Village and looking at that? I could have swore we had this conversation 2 weeks ago and it never happened. And we were going to change our design parameters not to do townhouses and to do less open space, but to take advantage of the existing units that are there and do a different style of architecture or something to get us more density. Especially if we're talking about reducing Granite Ave and looking to make it up somewhere else. I still think that's a prime site. I know it never happened, but I'd love to see it happen if you guys are on board with that.
They could go taller. Could they go taller?
Brush Hill, I mean, Fuller Village?
Fuller Village?
Just a whole separate building somewhere. You're right, a little taller.
It's the question of, and then like, so at UTIL, they've been working with these models a lot now. Is it going to put us in this position of zoning for 4,000 units instead of 2,461? I don't think anybody's, if you're thinking about the fiscal impact of the number of units, I don't think we should be trying to achieve that many more units than what we're required to.
Well, no, I'm not saying go to 4,000. I'm saying as you add in Brush Hill Road, you would reduce Granite Ave to keep it around the 2,500.
Yes, I
Am I
mean, I
missing
think
something?
we wouldn't be able to like answer for sure without running it, but I think that, you know, broadly speaking, Brush Hill Road is comparatively to what the districts we've been looking at is a large area. Even if I know you're talking about just sort of doing like basically like one of the 3 parcels that we initially like studied as part of that.
Right.
So even with that one parcel, it's still comparatively, it's quite a large parcel. And so to get that to the densities that we're looking at here, which is what we need to get to like bring up our numbers overall, as in the density number, the one that is giving us the hardest time getting to that 15, we will probably be looking at overall more units because we're adding more area and trying to get to a higher, maintain a 15 units per acre density. So we need to get to something that's a little bit higher than 15 on that site. And, even if you look at, 15 units per acre over, one of our smaller sub-districts, a 5-acre sub-district, we're still adding, quite a few units. So it's just, I think it's something we can continue to test and look at variations, but like broadly speaking, this whole thing is just a balancing act, and there is like, if you're going for, a lower density across a larger area, the byproduct of that is more units. Then you're going to end up with more units in order to get to the 15.
So do we have to keep Fuller at 15, or could we go to 40 there? I guess I'm not following.
If we go to 40 there, you will have way more units.
So could we go to like 25 or 20, or play with the numbers till something is reasonable?
That's what I'm saying. It's like we can definitely, if collectively you decide that's what you want us to test following this meeting, we can test it and give you the numbers. I'm just saying, like, big picture, it's probably going to be moving in a similar direction, as in you're going to end up with more units in order to get to that 15.
So just the Blue Hill Ave at 25 units and so what we have to do is chase an overall density number that keeps you above 15 units per acre and just apply it to Brush Hill Road, Blue Hill Ave, Fuller Village, and you're just going to rack up units down there. So, I mean, I think where we were at the end of the consideration of the Brush Hill District was sort of backing into a number of units that we thought was appropriate for that relatively narrow stretch of Brush Hill Road. We got down to like something like 600 units, which was, double what's down there already. So if you're using that to get a higher overall.
Your audio is cutting out a little bit. I don't know if that's happening for Matthew as well.
I'm moving my head around and gesturing so wildly. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What about at the 1200 Brush Hill Road, because that's a smaller lot size? Is that possible to look at that?
So I guess what I'd be inclined to do is, I think it sounds like, I think we can test that for you as a follow-up to this, but like some of these, at a big picture, the same decisions will remain for the other districts. So I think if we can get to which of these options is closest to what you'd like to move forward with, and then within that option, how we refine. So I think to make headway on that, it might be helpful to look at the urban design studies in particular for the triplex districts, so the two that we've been most sensitive to thus far around, being respectful of the existing pattern of development there. Would you all be comfortable with looking at that? And then we'll circle back to the Brush Hill Road.
Tim just said we would go from 300 to 600. I mean, how do we feel about 600 down there? It's a net of 300. That may or may not get built.
So it's a net of 260.
That might not be a bad option.
I think we should focus on the work we've got, but they've prepared for tonight, and then come back to that.
Right.
But I think it's worth looking at, because I
do too.
I think it's cool. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Zoe. We can move forward then.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to hand over to Matthew here to walk through these, and then we can circle back to some of these questions you were just talking about. You're muted.
Sorry, thank you. I think there was a request to see some tests, if you will, to figure out, in effect, once you look more closely at setbacks, building footprints, lot coverage percentage, all those things, how they play out, and particularly, one parking space per unit, and how they play out relative to a sort of similar existing parcel. So this is what we've done is take one or two sort of sample typical parcels from a few of these districts at different sizes to see how these parameters play out in terms of capacity and open space percentages. This is a quite typical Blue Hills Parkway buffer build out. Approximately 5,000 square foot lot, 50 by 100. We've looked at a couple scenarios here, one with a standard 10-foot wide side yard, given it a 15-foot setback, which seems consistent. There's an option also to keep the side yards at a total of 20 feet, but each side, only one side at 5 and the other side at 15. And once you lay out the building to get you to 3 units, once you lay out the parking, what we're getting to is a kind of a building and parking coverage of about 60%, which sort of aligns a little bit with what the model is telling us. If you go to the next slide. we drilled down a little bit on the 7,500 square foot threshold. We looked at two kinds of parcels. One we call squarish, and have assigned a 15-foot setback here. That seems to be about consistent with what we've sort of scanned. This also worked out fairly well. What we get to is, again, also actually obviously a more favorable building and parking coverage of about 40%. And if you go to the next one, this is a sort of more narrow and deeper version of a 7,500 square foot parcel. There's lots of parcels that are 50 by 100-ish, and then there's always a few that go a little bit deeper. But this also worked out fairly well. 15 feet seems to be an appropriate setback. Again, once you sort of lay out enough footprint to get capacity, we're at about a lot coverage of about 40%. And then once we go to 10,000 square feet, we tested this on a sort of largish lot, again, with a more of a square proportion, looking at two scenarios. One is 4 units in one building, and another has two units in 2 buildings, separate buildings. And we get more or less the same building lot coverage. It's actually a little bit less than 40%. And, you know, I should note that if I were a developer and I had the two choices, I would probably want to pursue the one on the right, particularly because those 2 family dwellings would be built to the 1 and 2 family residential code. They would not require sprinklers, and, you know, there's all kinds of thresholds that you wouldn't have to cross. Next slide. And then similarly sized, but different proportion kind of lot, deeper and narrower. And I should note that on both of these 10,000 ones, we're setting the setback at 20 feet, which we've noticed that on those larger lots tends to be a larger setback. These also work out in more or less the same way in terms of the percentage. So building and parking coverage somewhere less than 40%. And then relative to Granite Ave, what we've done, I think maybe the most instructive, is to just look in more detail at something that is comparable to the metrics that we're looking at there. This is 131 Elliott Street. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. But we took some measurements, and what we're seeing there is that sort of it's between mostly 5 stories. We're getting to about, I think it's almost exactly an acre. My information tells me that we're about 38 units per acre. And through some measurements on Google Earth, I'm seeing that we've got the building and the parking area is up to about 60% coverage of the lot. So this is very much in line with the density, the height that we're looking at for Granite Ave. And then something that we should be mindful of, we haven't really discussed height in terms of feet. We've been discussing stories because that's what the model cares about, but we want to make sure that as we are thinking about stories, that we're keeping track of the height issue, mostly to be consistent with the way it's being measured in your current code, and to make sure that you know, when we do say 3.5 stories, that we are actually allowing enough height for that to be feasible. That's a potential snag in the sort of approvals process. Most of the residential districts right now, from what I glean, are set at 2.5 stories and 35 feet. I think to go to 3.5 stories, which is really a full story above that, it would make sense to be around 45 feet. maybe 46. And then the 5 stories that we're looking at in Granite Ave, I think makes sense to be at 65 feet. I've noticed that in some of your districts where 5-story buildings might be allowed by special permit, that 65-foot number is attached to those 5-story buildings. So not a hugely crucial issue, but I think important because this kind of detail will want to be in the drafting of your proposed overlay.
And this is just kind of a summary of, based on all of those studies, sort of our initial recommendations around setback dimensions, including this notion of kind of allowing for asymmetrical side setbacks, which is pretty common in the built fabric throughout the Boston metro area. And then plugging in those heights that Matthew just walked through as initial sort of parameters there as well. So this is, as a long way of, saying we've given a sort of deep dive into the existing built conditions, and we think that this rule set is quite well aligned with like the norms of what we're seeing. That's not to say there won't be individual parcels that are outliers that have unique conditions, but that broadly speaking, these should allow for people to, incrementally add to buildings that exist currently, and those existing buildings would be compliant with this rule set. Obviously, I can't guarantee it for every parcel, but I think there's a lot of sort of commonality across these so that we can sort of offer that as some reassurance to some of the concerns that you shared last time. And that's it for the sort of
I guess on some of the
dimensional
sites,
studies.
If you had the first floor commercial, if you use 11 feet floor to floor for residential, that might yield you, a 9.5-foot ceiling. So if you use 10.5, that might yield you a 9-foot ceiling. But on the first floor of a commercial, I think you need more than that. You're going to need, 13 or 14 feet? So 45 feet, if you're looking for mixed use, might be a little tight. And 65 might be generous for 5 stories. If you want 11 feet, that's 55 feet. But I guess a little more discussion about those. It's not going to affect the modeling, as you said, but when you actually draft the zoning and plug in these numbers.
Yeah, and that's something that, as Matthew noted, the model itself is not sensitive to this parameter. It's obviously critically important for, managing what you want to see in your community, but it is something that, like, for instance, we can continue to fine tune with you, while the state is reviewing a first pass.
And one thing that when we did Milton Village, we looked at that definition of the height, because if you're, you don't want to incentivize flat roofs in areas where you want a slope roof just because you've set your height limit a couple of feet too low. So you want to make sure that those numbers actually work to Matthew's point.
Yeah. Yeah, and there is some variation across districts in how height is measured in Milton. So it's also something that, for these, I think we can, help to clarify. And I think in some places it's head to the mean of the roof, pitch roof, and in others it's to the top of the roof. So that's another parameter that we can kind of help fine tune with you to make sure that it's not having unintended consequences like that.
So Zoe, using Matthew's example of the Hendry's building, which is that 36 units?
38.
38 units.
Yeah, first floor commercial.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking of 38, that height would be, that's a 5-story building, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're parking in that building. It's 5 and 4, because 4 on the land slope, so.
Yeah, so it's 4 on this end and 5 on the end that faces Central Ave.
Central Ave is 5.
Right.
Elliott's 4.
Right. And so how many of those buildings would we put onto that 8.2 acre parcel?
I think it was like 6.
The same height.
Yeah.
is 38 units. And how many units do we have to fit onto that? I'm trying to, for myself, I'm just trying to create a visualization.
Mm-hmm. The Granite Ave sub-district, including both of, all of the, I guess, 4 parcels technically within that
Yeah, kind of,
sub-district would be 600 units.
Breaking them, right, 600. So I'm kind of breaking that down.
545.
Right, because
8.2 and 2.2.
and 4.1, right, 4.1 down there. So what's
But don't forget, this is only 3 floors of residential at 131 Elliott. It's 2 floors of parking on Central Ave and 3 floors of residential. So depending upon the design, those parcels, I think, on Granite Ave are pretty flat. So it depends if they do surface level parking, then you're talking about a 3-story building yielding you 38 units. If you look at 88 Wharf, which is a 6-story building, that actually has some parking underneath it too, but that's yielding you 73 units. I think you're looking more at 88 Wharf buildings than you are the 131 Elliott buildings myself.
Okay.
But that's too tall. Like 88 Wharf works at its site because it's downhill, so you don't see the full height of all 73 units.
Well, 88 Wharf that might work down at 2 Granite Ave.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That kind of height.
Yeah. And it would work.
I mean,
at
keep
extra
in mind,
space.
like,
The other thing you have to remember is the size of the units. Like 88 Wharf, I think, is mostly 2-bedroom units, and they're fairly large. And, it kind of depends, like they're using an average of 1,000 square feet here. So the size of the building at 1,000, we don't know what a developer's going to use, but all of these parameters, let's say if you were doing an 88 Wharf, you would be getting less units than that's allowing, because your square footage wise, you would be higher square footage per unit. So it all depends on the mix.
How many units are in 88 Wharf?
73.
73.
And they're double the size of 1,000. I mean,
Yeah, they're
2,000.
big.
They're big, yeah.
And I
That
think-
building is almost 92, 88 Wharf. That building is almost 165,000 square feet.
And I think the units at Hendry's, though, what I've heard is they're too small.
I think ultimately the unit size and mix is going to be mostly driven by the market and,
They're bigger
what's
than
present. So it'll be a mix depending on when it gets built and, what is sort of, what
But Zoe-
preferences are.
But Zoe, what I'm driving at is the volume of building is going to be dictated by the parameters, even though the compliance model says you can get a certain number of units. But if your
Right.
setbacks and your height and your lot coverage is going to set the volume, then it's up to the developer to determine what size the market is for
Right.
that. They might get 50 units in that volume, or they might get 30 units in that volume.
Right,
So
absolutely. There's a huge variability in the number of units you could get within a particular building volume based on what unit type and mix they're
I think
planning
we're
for.
better off on those sites looking at, with these parameters that you've got right now, what would the volume look like? And then rather than the units, because then you could say, okay, well, at 1,500 per unit, you're going to get this number. At 1,000 you get this. That'll be more realistic number of units for volume of building.
Well, you could, essentially what the model is doing, the model assumes that a unit is 1,000 square feet. Essentially what you're looking at is an FAR metric.
I think we need an FAR metric for sure, because
That's the only way to get kind of just volume.
I think we need a new model. This model.
well, there's a lot of latitude in these tools. It just takes time to test them out, I think. But
the FAR, back to that, would.
Yeah, and I think it's like back to sort of the basis of it, is that, this model is a communication tool with the state. It's not a prediction of what will happen. It's just it's a way for the state to have a standard measure across everyone. And I would focus on like the, more so, the units are like a general estimate, gives you like a broad sensitivity of it, but it's not predicting a particular number of units for a parcel. So I think I would focus more on from like an urban design perspective, from a kind of like the, like relationship to the street or whatever, the things that you're concerned about from a character perspective, like let's focus on those more so. And then, we'll tell you, this is, if we've prioritized those, controls on the form, the bulk, et cetera, the shape, where it is on the parcel. If we're comfortable with that, we can then tell you, okay, that lines up with this number in the model. Like that's how the model's interpreting your things. But that's just a tool for communicating with the state. It doesn't mean that that's what you're going to get when a developer looks at a parcel and tries to kind of move forward with your rule set.
So when you did those test fit plans for Granite Ave, and we looked at these footprints and parking lots, and we said, wow, that's just like 100% coverage almost. I have been in conversations I've had with Tim. I said, can UTIL just take a look at that piece of property and say, back yourself into those design parameters. Say, here's an appropriate scale building for that property, and determine the volume of building instead of starting with the volume and the number of units and saying, how can I fit it on that piece of property? It's another, as designers, that you can look at these, analyze these things in different ways. And we've got this numbers way now, and I really would prefer to keep looking at the how you design it way rather than going back to more spreadsheet stuff, because I think it's where we can actually get a better idea if these numbers are even anywhere close to what we might get if we set the parameters from an urban design point of view, which is what I started talking about last week on the smaller lots, right? Looking at it from an urban design point of view. So I guess... I
think we all agree with that, but we're stuck with this model. So in a normal, site plan approval or normal development, that's what you do.
But in
but
this
we're
right
stuck
now, right, so
with
we've
the
got
way
the model.
the state is forcing us down a road that we don't like, and that hasn't even been vetted by the courts. And so that's my frustration with all this. I don't like to be forced to do something. Your way makes total sense.
But so Maggie, what I'm suggesting, I understand about the forcing. Okay, I'm a problem solver by nature, so I'm taking what I've been given and try and problem solve for it. It's like I would with client or anything else. And in this scenario, I'm finding like this tool is limiting, as we've talked about. But we have something that can be compliant right now. So now, in my problem solving mind, I think I want to go to the next level. This tells me on paper and the numbers are going to work. Now I want to go and test these things out more, just like I said we should be testing some of this out because we know we don't want to incentivize tearing things down. We'd rather see some infill. I think this is the things that we've agreed to, where you have lots that are bigger than zoning allows it to be already, so that somebody already has a right to do something with that property. And then on these other ones, I think it's more of you kind of back your way into it. Like if you said 2 Granite Ave, I want to test it at 6 stories. I want to test it with 50% max lot coverage, and I want to test it with 1 parking space per unit. What does that look like? How can you do that?
Yeah, so let's just test it.
But that's what I'm.
Yeah. So I think.
So go ahead and test that. Yeah.
I think we will do that as part of our next step, but I don't want to leave the room metaphorically tonight without deciding, assuming that, most likely that will result in a reduction of units at Granite Ave, which is probably appropriate, given that, what you want to see there, which means somewhere else we need to deliver more units. So my question back to you is do you have consensus on where you'd like to see those more units? Is it adding a little bit of height to Mattapan or Milton Station? Is it allowing 5 units instead of 4 units on some of these lots? Is it, in other words, like we need to give some release valve in order to have it create a pathway to explore things that would likely reduce our unit count.
Could we go back and look at the one of the Randolph Avenue, where the 40B parcel is, not the, or Fuller Village?
I'm wondering if we can.
I mean, I want parallel path.
Yeah, I've just come back to what I said before. When we have 3.5 stories for Unquity, for Mattapan, and for Milton, when the buildings there are bigger. If you made those 5, or even Unquity or Mattapan Station makes 6, because that's the building that's there now. And what this is allowing is just a handful more than what's already there. And it's an area at which I think could take some more units on that property. And then
At
if you
Unquity?
think, yeah, and if you think about maybe extra space storage where it's up against the Baker Chocolate buildings and it's got 88 Wharf, I don't know, what that could be.
Could you do a stepped on, could that be a stepped? Because, again, we've done an overlay zone, and we don't want this to be more attractive than our overlay zoning. And so, the Milton Transit line runs all the way to Central Ave, where some of those, that would not work to be 6 stories in that area. And Milton Hill House up, that's tall, but I think,
so
you're talking
could
here
we
about
do,
like
extra space
these
storage?
parcels having a different standard than these
Right.
ones. Is
Extra
that's what
space
you're?
storage would make sense to have 6 stories, but the rest of that area does not make sense.
And then maybe the thing, I'm sorry, one last thing on the, what you said about the 5 units in that new triplex area. Can you look at it if you had 15,000 square feet or more that you could do 5, but 10 to 15 is still 4?
Yeah, we can create tiered structures like
If that would give you, rather than adding another district, to just tinker with these a little bit more?
I'm afraid that might start tear downs if you get that many number of units.
Maybe you go 20,000 square feet then.
I'm sorry?
Was that new area highlighted, the Columbines?
Mm-hmm.
One of it's Columbine Street.
Yeah, so that's brand new tonight. We
Yeah,
were talking about that. Like, I didn't think we were talking about that. That was one of my questions.
I didn't see, that
That's
was,
the
I was going
10,000
to ask to go back and see
4-unit
that.
model.
That necklace you were talking about?
That's all 10,000 square
That's
foot
to
lots,
pick up.
4 units.
But it's in the
This
Columbine.
And the Columbines and way up into Milton Hill.
It also swings over to Ruckle Street too.
Yeah.
On the other side.
That
I
absorbs.
think that,
And it omits the transit area triplex area.
Yeah.
So
Could we do a,
Well, she said it needed to be 7,500, I thought, in order to be compliant. Can you, 1G was what again? That's 10,000?
those are all 10,000.
Yeah, so 1G here, let me get back to it. So this is the one that uses that fourplex, like necklace shape version, and that one uses the 10,000 square foot minimum lot size with 4 units per lot in that section.
And that had 164 parcels that were eligible.
Yes, yeah,
so
that's
if
right.
we made those smaller lot sizes, we would not have to do that necklace.
Yeah, if you were, let me get back to, so this is the one that includes the 7,500 square foot minimum with 3 units, and that one is below compliance because we're including a lot of parcels that are well below 7,500, and so that's driving the density down for that. But because it's a larger area at that density.
Is that because we expanded that triplex area? That's what happened? So maybe we
Yeah. So it's
should not have
essentially
expanded
if we look at the transit area triplex that we had before, I mean it's really a function and part of the area of it, because it with the 7,500 and 3 units per lot, our density for that district was 5.8, but we only had 91 acres of it. But then when we expanded it, we then had 161 acres of it, and it was at 7.1. And then 161 acres at 10.8. So it's just that part of what's happening is by making our low density district bigger, it's dragging down the density for everything.
So I have a thought that might allow us to figure out how much pressure we can take off the fourplex. if we took Milton Station and Mattapan Station and move it from 3.5 to 4.5, and then take extra space storage and go to a height on extra space storage, probably higher. What do we say? What are we at 88 Wharf? 6?
6.
So go to 6.
That might be 65 feet as well.
Go to 6 at extra space storage, and on 2 Granite Ave, go to something comparable in that height. Maybe go to 6 down at 2 Granite Ave. And maybe the gains that we have throughout those areas, I like the half, because the half, I think, keeps us away from flat roof structures.
Right.
So 3.5 going to 4.5, we gain a floor.
I agree.
You know, so I do prefer halves. So if we took the 3.5 and went to 4.5, did something like 6 stories at extra space storage, and did something like 6 at 2 Granite Ave, and see what kind of flexibility we have then for the fourplex and also for Granite Ave, just to bring the rest of Granite Ave down.
So just, I'm looking at the spreadsheet I had prepared before, just in terms of some of the heights. So 88 Wharf is 6 stories at 65 feet, to Matthew's point there. There was a question about 131 Elliott. I have it here at 49 feet, so that's probably the 4-story portion.
I will say the 88 Wharf, though, the first floor is commercial. So your residential,
Yeah, so
there's 5 floors of residential.
Yeah, so in Milton Village, you'd want that opportunity for commercial too, right? That's
Right,
what we
true.
said. So you
That's
need
true.
that little bit more
Yep.
height on that first floor.
What was the height that you said for this,
65.
for 131 Elliott? 55?
131 Elliott was 49
49.
feet at the 4-story portion. I have 50 Elliott at 46 feet, 36 Central at 46.6. I will say, in my experience, 36 Central and 131 Elliott both came back for increase in height, because the height was, they didn't have enough height on the first floor. And that's why I raised that issue, to make sure we do it, we think it through. And when Brian Furs was a member of this board, and in development, in retail development, he said it's really important to make sure you have enough first floor height for retail users.
So are we going to include commercial? Or
Yeah,
do it as a
Milton Village.
bonus?
Milton Village.
We'll have commercial. Okay. And then what does extra space storage look like? Do we assume the existing building stays because it's historic? And then they rebuild in front, and that one parking lot in front? So all we're talking about is a potential 5 or 6-story building just in front of that building?
You might conceivably put some stuff on top of.
Can you do that with a historic building?
I think that's probably a 65, that's close to, it's tall.
You think it's that tall?
Maybe not quite that.
I mean, are we allowing?
Jim, is going to depend on
Yeah.
what happens with the local historic district.
Right.
Right.
Really.
That we don't know.
But it doesn't matter. Our zoning can still
Right.
be compliant, even though what gets built via the historic might not match it. I guess.
So I'm sorry, just a minute. When we look at extra space storage, do we consider how many units can be built within the existing parameters of the existing building? And then say, okay, we can fit another building on the, I don't understand how that works. So it's just
we can't, because the way the model works, it's assuming nothing's there, the compliance model.
nothing's there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and in reality, that,
There's a huge
There's a
building.
local
yeah.
historic district, they can prevent the original building from being demolished.
Okay.
So it would,
So our
would
potential
guide
isn't
that
real
site.
potential.
Well,
Basically.
I mean, one of the things that'll be a challenge architecturally with that building is it was built as storage. It doesn't have many windows. So if you convert it to something besides storage, you have to make a lot of alterations to it. It would be a consideration in the historic district as well, because you don't necessarily want to make a property unusable in some sense, sort of functionally obsolete. So.
but somebody might want to make it into a theater, and they
Right.
want to do apartments in front of it and do a theater.
Okay,
And
get it.
they're
I
not
get it.
obligated to make it all housing, because it's
Right.
already zoned commercial,
Okay.
the underlying zone.
Just trying to figure out how this
Yep.
works.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's I mean, it's sort of like for all this whole exercise, right, it's sort of like holding two things in mind. It's like, one is how the model works and what it's going to reflect in terms of your overall capacity. And then the second is, how do you want to guide a developer in terms of the parameters that you're setting? And that's, I think, the large part, we do have to keep track of the model, but like, I think the majority of the conversations we're having are really about like, how are you steering the kind of development that you want and making sure that you're prioritizing density in the places where it is the most aligned with your goals.
And I'm also thinking net gain at the end of it. What's the net gain here?
So one thing, if you went back to that district that you had last time at 7,500, could you allow, within the same boundaries, 4 units on something of 15,000 square feet? And the reason I say that is there are oversized lots in the RC district that you'd already be able to do more units on than a single family. So would that help get some of...
Yeah, that would incrementally increase the density of that district. And as long as we keep the district itself relatively small, it might be like net neutral. I think it's not, I don't think we're going to gain a lot of, because this area is really, if I jump to 10,000 square foot lot, you can see that there's really only a handful in this area that are 10,000 square feet. And then if we go to the 7,500, we're still missing, like the majority of these parcels are not contributing. So that's really what's dragging down your numbers. You'd have to drop down.
Yeah, so I think we would have to go back to 5,000.
We've got to go back to 5,000.
Yeah, but then we're incentivizing tear downs, like I think I demonstrated. And what I'd like to suggest is we get, in this triplex area, we get 2 maps that work. And we start taking more feedback from folks, because we've heard from some people that they want to have a little bit larger district in the transit area to be more equitable. And then every time, there's some expansion of it, then others want to shrink it. But what if we have 2 in that area that work, everything else, has to balance out, so that we can get more feedback. There's
I get plenty of feedback, and some feedback I'm getting is, why aren't we exploring non-compliance? So that's, if we're going to look at everything, we have to
send the letter. Yeah.
So we're we want to play ball, we want to do compliance, and I feel like we have limited time. And I kind of have come up with my plan that I would be supportive of, and it's going by the law, and that's why I think it's really important to get outside counsel to weigh in as to what guidelines versus the law. So this whole model is based on guidelines, and I think the guidelines are not going to hold up in court, and we're wasting all this time trying to fit everything into this model, and it's just not going to work, and we're not going to be happy. So to what Cheryl said is, like, everything you said, you make sense. When we talk about certain sites should be different and should be accommodating, and I feel like we should look at Milton Village and Central Ave and 2 Granite and Unquity House, and we should go by the law, and it's 15 units per acre. That's what we should be zoning, 15 units per acre within a half mile. And that's the thing, this little chart I
So you're
dropped
talking
out.
about the entire half mile, making it
So
15
no,
units?
so only at these sites: Extra Space, Hendry's, the original Milton Hill New, the Web Mill, 36 Central, Steel and Rye, Central Cleaners in the Garage, Sullivan Insurance and Mackey's, Plate, Craft and Crew, Hayward Photography, Mr. Burke's Building at 37 Central, 88 Wharf, Unquity House, and 2 Granite. Why don't we just take those? We're all in agreement, I think. I think those we're all in agreement with, that's ripe for development. This is where we want our development. And so we should start focusing on where we want our development, and then stop trying to force everything into this model, which is making us so frustrated. I'm so frustrated by it. And then, if you, I have on my chart the parcel acreage, the current units that are there, the 15 unit per acre metric, and then the net new units, and then which is the current existing units versus the proposed units. And I think it's a very good compromise. Really think it's a good place for us to start. I think we need to get something on the warrant. I am really, really afraid we're going to be stuck with what the select board gave us. I'm afraid that we are dependent on the select board opening the warrant for us to get an article in. And what if they don't do that? They haven't exhibited a spirit of collaboration these past few weeks, and I'm like pretty frustrated over it. So I am desperately afraid they're not going to open up the warrant for us to get our article in, and then we're going to be stuck with theirs. So we need to get our own article in, and the deadline is like next Friday.
I agree. I think we should commit to doing an article, but I feel like we should.
I think the question that you need to answer is what happens when the state comes back and says we're not compliant.
But we're following the law, and we'll deal with that, Tim, when it comes back. When they come back to tell us that.
But I think town meeting's going to be very interested in saying, like, why are we going to vote for something that we know for a fact is going to get rejected, and then you're either signing on for the town of Milton taking on a massive lawsuit against the state, or whatever the consequences of non-compliance
And that's why I think we should have both. Like, if we can, I think we should go forth with what is meeting the guidelines, but then maybe we have a second option, and we let town meeting decide, because I think we don't want to be responsible. The select board doesn't want to be responsible, and that's why they've acted, because they're trying to make
I've been thinking
sure.
about this. Like, the state has really screwed us. They have really screwed the rapid transit. It makes no sense that they're putting the shortest deadline on the communities that are responsible for zoning the most. So I have kind of concluded that it's like the state is sort of using us as a test. Like, those 12 towns, let's see, like, if they're suckers to, like, do this zoning. And then they're going to work through it. And then next year they have another 130 towns. And then we're going to be stuck with something that the other towns are not going to have to do, because it's going to work itself through the court system. I believe in playing ball. I think giving them something is better than being non-compliant. And we are doing what they're asking. We are complying with the law.
So I would say I don't take the same point of view as you in terms of, they're looking for they're looking for units. We're desperate for housing. And the price of housing is just skyrocketing.
We all know that.
And so the transit communities are probably the ones they're hoping can deliver the units quicker, because they're in more convenient locations. I'm just giving an alternative, not to say that they're being cynical or they're trying to jam things down people's throats. As far as, I don't see the point in submitting something which the state's going to kick back and say is non-compliant when we have.
It's a state agency.
But they are authorized in the law, and we have received opinions about that. And I don't think we're doing town meeting and the residents of the town. We're doing a disservice if we don't deliver something that meets what we understand to be the law, which
I don't understand that, because I haven't been given a legal opinion.
And we're waiting on that from town council.
But I think we're doing a bigger disservice just by ramming something through with this model, just to come to 2,400. I think we're really doing a disservice to the people of Milton.
So we have our
think it's
consultants still
terrible.
here on the line. Can they get some marching orders and then?
Moving forward for tonight, but
That's what I want.
Okay.
That's what I am.
Great.
Let's do this. Let's do this. I agree with Tim. Let's give Matthew and Zoe the direction we need to give them. We can continue our conversation after. Let them get some sleep.
I'm just tired of listening.
Yes.
Can we go back to the chart that showed the through 1G?
Previous complex. Triplex.
Yeah, because we probably have to land on 5,000 versus 7,500 versus 10,000 right now, right?
Exactly, and I guess I am not at all comfortable going down less than 7,500, because I feel as if that's just going to incentivize losing historic properties. And whether they won't be considered historic to the same level, maybe as
But there are
something
some,
else.
yeah.
But there are lovely properties in.
So 7,500,
So I don't have a problem with 5,000, honestly. I just think that's what's going to work here. And I think there are ways that you can remodel without tearing something down, building off the back or doing
I do too.
additions.
I actually do think people
We're discounting
will do more of
additions.
that.
If you're
Yeah.
going to go to a 3-unit building, you have to sprinkle it, you need 2 means of egress that are
You have to
separate.
sprinkle the 3?
Yep, and you need 2
Is that-
means of egress. And so you're looking at, it's not a minor addition to something to do 3 units.
Ben's had to be sprinkled when Mr. Falcone bought it, and he didn't tear that thing down. He could have tore that down.
I'm just suggesting to you that if you're going to do a 3-unit building, it's going to require 2 means of egress from each of the units and sprinkler system. So it's not as simple as you're going to do a little addition off the back.
Well, the units are going to be small. We just learned from Mr. Falcone that he's got micro units in there, small 1-bedrooms. And
I
they
think
work
so
just
too,
fine.
Cheryl. I actually do think people are going to, just from a real estate perspective, I think people are going to actually not necessarily be able to afford to tear down and rebuild all new. Because, and we know the greenest building is the building that already exists, but I think they're going to try to put in on a 3rd floor, I know it might not be easier, but they will try to put in,
If you
Or a
cap the
basement.
height at 2.5 stories and you do these setbacks, you're not going to have a footprint. I showed you the diagram of the setbacks. You're going to add 10 feet on this side and 10 feet on that side. It's going to be not
but
as
if it's
simple
a
as it sounds
3-story,
like.
but if it already exists, if it's a lot of those are non-conforming, they're pre-existing non-conforming, so their height is higher than 2.5 stories for a lot of those older buildings. They're actually like 3.5 stories. Some of them are pretty tall, and so I think they're going to maximize the space. I
think if your
there's-
intent is
sorry.
to reduce the district to only 5, to a narrow strip along Elliott Street, that goes against what a lot of the neighbors have said in that area where they want to spread it further out.
I think
And
it's going
so
to
I
get
think
spread
it
further
needs to
out as
get
we look at these.
further out, whether you want it 5,000 or 7,500. It depends what your goal is. Is your goal to make that district as small as possible, and then you're only going to get the 5,500 square foot units or 5,500 square foot sites, and you're not going to worry about the tear downs? I personally think that 7,500 should be the minimum lot size.
Yeah,
Based on my analysis.
This is
How
a really.
about this? We have 2 alternatives for the transit area concept. One that is trying to stick to the the original kind of 3-unit vision and trying to do a couple of tweaks to reduce tear downs. I think the things that are driving people, that could drive people towards a tear down, which I think the things that you could do might be, giving them a little bit more wiggle room with the rear setback. I don't know, Matthew, feel free to, chime in if there's anything that you do differently, but I do that. And then also consider if you want to give them a little bit more height flexibility so that they can incorporate, additions, by basically going to the rear or going up, but retaining sort of the body of the building. And that might reduce the sort of, once you have them boxed into a really contained footprint, it might also be like letting a little bit more, lot coverage. There's a couple of if you loosen your parameters a little bit, you give them more ways that they can solve for the other issues.
I think
this is, we should wrap this up pretty
Yeah,
soon, but I will say this, I think this is really complicated because to set it at 7,500 square feet, we're choosing to protect the people that have the small lots.
Unless they want to develop.
Now, listen, let me finish. Now, while we're protecting them, we're also denying them of an opportunity to make their lot more valuable.
So true.
So, looking at what Matthew had showed us earlier for some of these small lots, I am an absolute firm believer that these will not be projects where an existing home will be renovated to add units. It's way too expensive to do that. Someone is going to sell their property to a developer who's going to tear it down and he's going to turn it into a 3-unit building. That is exactly what will happen with it.
It might, but
it's so hard to take one of those properties. Most of those properties are not properties that you can convert.
That's why I advocated for allowing another 2-unit building on a larger lot, because that way you already have oversized lots and you're not changing the density or character of the neighborhood by it, and you're going to protect those smaller ones. And so if 7,500 square feet makes it instead of 10,000, and that allows us to bring down the density over on Granite Ave, then that seems to be a better direction to me than knocking it down below 7,500 for the.
This is where Maggie's point makes so much sense. Here we are picking and choosing who to apply it to and who not to apply it to. This is very different than going to extra space storage, right? And saying, let's zone for something that could be built there, or down at 2 Granite Ave. I mean, we're going into neighborhoods and we're assigning to whomever you are, how you'll be affected by this. It's to the point that you've made, it's not really proper zoning. No one's going to argue that we need more housing. This isn't really the way to do it, to go into those neighborhoods and do that.
I think infill housing is the way to do it on larger parcels that you already have, the zoning is already for smaller parcels. Infill housing is the way to do it. If you read some of the literature on the missing middle, it's about infill housing, and that's where, if the infill housing is where we have parcels in the RC district that are larger than the minimum lot size, allow them more units on it.
How much infill housing do you think?
What is infill housing, please?
It's when you have your zoning lot is larger than what your zoning district allows, so that you can fit something else in there.
So you're maxing out the lot.
Yeah. But how much do you think there really is?
You can subdivide it that way. And the thing is, we have 7,500-foot lots in a 5,000.
So I think
I've already deviated from what I said.
Sorry.
Let's go back and give Zoe and Matthew what we need, and they'll.
So Zoe, you had just said, let's do 2, you'll do 2
Yeah, so basically what I was
iterations.
thinking is one option of the transit area triplex that is the 7,500 minimum lot size. And, we look at, for the sake of the sort of the tear down concern, looking at if there's some parameters to loosen up to reduce that risk.
Okay.
The second option is one that, includes the larger lots, adds that 10,000 square foot 4-unit rule, but keeping, potentially the smaller, basically like the, if we go to, skip to, basically, what we presented to you last time is the 7,500 square foot version. So that's version 1 of transit area triplex. Version 2 is the tiered one that includes, a slightly larger area. I'm going to get to this. It would be, like basically this one.
Necklace.
We need to go to the map, though, to be sure we're talking about the same.
Yeah. So
area.
basically, so the, I think it seems so this is what we showed in the 1E.
This is what we
but-
don't want.
Correct. So I think our options are this one or this one.
Right.
So this is what we showed you last time. This is the 7,500 square foot minimum lot with some tweaks to the parameters. This one is the tiered version that includes both the 7,500 rule set and a 10,000 square foot rule set for 4 units per lot.
You said
And
that didn't work, Zoe, before? Is that?
it, in combination with all the other things, it didn't help us. But I think we can like look at, for instance, like shaving this down a little bit, like basically like we can do some variations on this in combination with the other parameters we're looking at. And I think we can, get there. It seems like those are the 2 versions of this district that have a potential path forward in terms of like how you're conceptualizing it, recognizing there's all sorts of caveats and concerns with both versions, but that of the things we've discussed, those seem like the 2 that have the most potential.
And then the other thing I would say is, at least for the Granite Ave district, is to design your way and back into zoning.
Yes.
Because I do think that understanding how that would work helps us figure out this area.
Yep. And then for the other sub-districts, the modifications that I captured are basically introducing like a tiered concept to our higher density district. So that's the, I jump up here for a second. So doing a tiered concept for Granite Ave, 6 stories here, 4 stories here, as close as we can get to 4.5 stories here, as close as we can get. Sorry, wait, I'm mixing things. Sorry, 6 stories here, 4 stories here for Granite Ave. And then 6 stories over here, 4.5 stories over here. And then for Mattapan Station, keeping the whole thing at 4.5. So that will give us
Already a
more
6-story
density.
building. You don't want to go higher than 4.5 on a 6-story building already?
But the other idea is we can always go higher by special permit.
Well, no, I think that,
yeah.
yeah. I would be willing to go 6 stories on that if it's already a 6-story building.
Yeah, so it would extend that rule set to include these like handful of small
That
lots
makes more
here, but,
sense.
you know,
And dial back
functionally
the
it would still.
triplex area.
What did Zoe say about these ones?
I don't think 6
What-
stories on the corner.
What did you say about where you're
Already
moving those?
excluded. They don't qualify. They're not the minimum lot size is too small. Unless somebody bought all of them, I guess.
Those are included to get above 5 acres?
I know, but aren't they I thought the minimum lot size for this district was bigger than those are individually.
Did we set a minimum on this site?
Right now, we don't have a minimum lot size for this district.
All right, so at one point it was then.
We might be able to, though, because as our understanding of the rules have enhanced, as we've gotten deeper, because this is connected to the other sub-districts, we could potentially carve out these small lots and just focus on the single parcel. It is, it risks, you know, spot zoning, you know, concerns, because you're basically zoning one parcel. But there's, you know, that's an option
With your point,
to
though, if it's
consider.
6, we should model it for 6, right? That's what you're saying.
And, I mean, this, not that I mean, this has a lot of surface parking, a lot of roadway. I think you could add units here and still have green space and still have buffers to neighbors and so forth. So why not take advantage of this? We don't have that many parcels this size.
Right.
Right.
Right, that makes sense. Okay.
So, sorry, can you just repeat for me where we landed on that?
Going 6 stories.
Going to 6 for this.
Yeah.
Mattapan Station will be
Mattapan
6.
Station goes to 6 stories.
But not on the parkway because, you know,
Right.
the parkway's
The parkway would,
historic
And that's where we would
the
do it.
park.
she said remove those or tie them into the other parkway district.
And then do we touch on Fuller Village or not?
No. I think we left that out.
I think we should leave it out for now.
Continue to leave it up, yeah?
My plan, we leave it out
Fuller Village is out?
in my plan.
Let's see.
We're gonna
Let's
pick up,
see.
I mean, there's
Let's see what we get with
360
this.
units
We
there.
need to add it back.
Jim,
Right?
let's-
So
let's-
we take
think
advantage
we're
of the density that's already
Keep it
there.
on the table,
Yeah.
but it's
Right.
on the table.
But should she look at it and see what she can do to, because we don't know what it, she
Yeah,
ruled
Zoe,
it
if
out,
you
it's
want to
never
play
been
around
looked
with
at.
Fuller Village, if you think it makes sense to try to do something over there.
Just the one lot, though.
Which one?
Fuller Village,
There's 2.
There's 2 lots.
oh boy.
The 12,
Um,
well,
let me
See the two?
assume to-
This
I'd
is
say the
why
one with
Tim
the
doesn't come
existing
in
units.
person.
Yeah, we're losing them.
No,
It's
there's
all right.
Remind me where,
The one,
so
so,
yeah, Fuller Village.
so
So
there's the
which,
healthcare facility.
There's the Brush Hill campus and the Blue Hill Ave campus.
I think whichever it makes
which
sense.
one's denser?
Blue Hill Ave.
Blue Hill Ave, isn't it? Yeah, the original.
No, that's not as dense. Brush Hill's denser.
Brush Hill's denser.
Pick a denser one and overlay it, right?
But is any part of this a half mile?
No.
Of the
no, this is all outside.
No, that's gonna have to be a 5, but it's 5 acres, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's a fallback if we can't get it to work. I think we still have opportunity to continue to tweak, as I'll say, these other districts that make more sense. I'm not excited about including this.
It just might take some of the pressure off.
It depends.
Maybe,
It's a
maybe,
fallback, yeah.
Yeah.
Be nice to know what the potential is there. I think we're gonna need it.
Which, if we were to run it, which like portion are we talking about? Are we talking about this middle section?
Yeah, the one that's only on Brush Hill Road, so the middle one.
Okay.
Is the Brush Hill Care Center not 5 acres?
It is 5 acres. It's 5.77
I would do the
acres.
Brush Hill Care Center then.
Yeah, but we need the fields for,
That's not included.
Those aren't
Those actually
included.
are omitted.
They're omitted.
yeah, see, I'd be a little bit afraid that that Brush Hill Care Center would actually get developed.
Well, that's not a bad thing. Make it,
Yeah, I don't know.
convert the building
I would
into
keep
housing.
that out of it.
Okay, I think we have everything we need to do a second iteration for you all, or the next iteration for you all. But I want to maybe punt back to Tim for a moment, just what you need to be in a position to submit first the state. So we were targeting the 22nd, right? So that's, I'm gonna stop sharing for a moment here and I'll just jump back to the timeline here. So that's next week.
I mean, we need finality on sub-districts, which we don't have.
Should we have another, I mean, I would be willing to meet next week to do this and maybe jump into talking about some zoning language. Just for this. I hate to do that.
Do we have, what is our status with RKG?
They're coming on the 28th. So if we met.
Can they come next week?
So we're talking
I mean,
about is-
they've baked in the 28th to their production
So
schedule.
if we met, we can't meet there's a meeting on the 18th, the 19th, I can't do. We've got the 20th or the 20th. Could we meet on the 20th? Finalize?
I have a meeting until 7. That's an in-person meeting, so I'll have a little bit of difficulty there. But I don't know, Matthew, what do you think for the 20th?
21st? Is that enough time though?
21st I can do.
To get.
Can't do the 20th.
So
I'm out of town.
I'll be out of the country next week, which doesn't mean you can't try and move forward. But if you did meet next week, I would prefer to have something in advance so I could at least look at it and send my comments, because I'll be a 6-hour time difference away, and I can't guarantee that hour I'm going to be cognizant to provide
But
comments.
Tim, we can send something.
What about the? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we will still be possibly able to tweak this, even though we would send it over.
Yeah, you can think of it as like a draft checkup, and you want the draft to be as close as possible to what you intend to move forward with, so that you're getting feedback on something that will be valuable to you.
Right.
I just see this as out of order. We have yet to hear anything from RKG, and this actually surprises me. I know I heard it last week too, that we had this pre-adoption submission due by the 22nd. But when we sat with RKG, I don't think we outlined that we had to submit before we were going to get anything.
The pre-clearance is optional. The pre-clearance is optional. It's a service that the state is offering, so that you're not walking into town meeting completely unaware of what.
Then I decline the option. I don't feel we should submit anything until we really feel comfortable with it.
No, so the 22nd is for us in our warrant.
It's when the warrant,
I'm not really
right?
worried
Yeah.
about the state.
No, that we're talking about the state. The state pre-clearance is what we're
Whether they
talking
would
about.
approve it.
Is there only one shot at that?
All right, so why don't we
Talking
submit
about
the,
the warrant is the 22nd.
Correct. We also
That's
have to have
my
that.
concern.
Correct.
so why don't we submit what the select board approved, just to see what the state says about it? They have,
I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't.
why, it has the
absolutely not.
districts, it has the
Why-
districts that we're
why
talking
submit
about.
anything?
Because that's the zone. I think we just need to give the mapping, the districts. And I think
Just to be clear, you're not saying that you're going to move forward with this thing. If you submit it to the state, it's not saying that that is what you will ultimately move forward with. It's not committing you to anything. It's just giving you like a feedback
So we can submit
opportunity.
the maps that we have with the two, can we submit both options for the triplex area and everything
Yeah,
else?
we did something similar. I think that, you basically submit like your district, and then they give you the opportunity to submit all like additional attachments. So you can submit additional things that basically convey that you have a second alternative. They might, depending on how, slammed they are with reviews, they might prioritize reviewing the one that you submit first. But there's an opportunity to submit more than one
So
for
why not
consideration.
submit something that shows this concept of the Granite Ave, the triplex area, the stations, and, the kind of differences in parameters for each one of those, and get feedback.
Without numbers on it? Without fixed
No, but
numbers?
what we have right now, I think we could submit that.
Yeah,
Basically
we,
what
we have everything you'd need to submit with what we've prepared. Currently, you just need to decide,
But it's not-
what
it's
you want to
not-
submit.
We're not obligated
lot.
to.
I know, I'm not in support of
Yeah, no, I
submitting
wouldn't submit, no.
I'm not comfortable submitting something that I do not support. I feel like the state never moves quickly on anything. And so how come it's totally unfair that they're expecting us as a town, who are all volunteers, like the state has full-time employees, and we're volunteers. How can they expect us to move this quickly? I'm not in support of sending anything to the state. I'm not supporting that.
Well,
I mean, the problem is then that gets back to the town and we've gotten something that the state likes, but we all agree that it stinks.
Well, you know what?
But the towns, that's the thing, then, yeah, exactly, that's exactly what's
No, it
gonna
doesn't.
happen here.
It's showing them that we're
No, that we're
want
working
to be,
on-
we're working on it, and we want
on
to
doing
get
this.
some idea whether it would be viewed as compliant by the agency that's going to make that decision.
But if the math shows them the numbers, aren't you
We're
compliant?
in compliant.
Yeah.
If that model spits it out as compliant, it's compliant.
We have
The
experts.
model is a
that-
communication tool. They are going to use that to evaluate compliance. It's a way to reflect to them in a standardized way the results of all this. But they're going to be going through that and looking for instance, are you introducing parameters that are very clearly intending to block development and create an infeasible pathway in order to prevent people from using the by right zoning. So there is still a human element to the review, and that's why you need to hear their feedback in order to be fully informed. It's not that, obviously you can proceed without it. It's not required, but it gives you a mirror to say, is the state seeing this the way we're seeing this, or are they seeing it differently, and what are they concerned about? And then you have that information to work with. So it's just an additional information for you to use in your process.
Yeah, and I would also, while we are putting numbers in a model on a map and it's spitting out a number that's just barely meeting the numerical target, I think because Milton seems to be trending that way, it's very prudent to get the eyes of the state on it because they will be scrutinizing it a little bit more carefully.
We're not locked into doing anything.
What do you mean trending that way?
Very tight
Well,
to
just
the
in terms
model.
of the direction that we've been going is pushing a little bit towards, getting much closer to the minimum number of required units and density. I'm anticipating that, we're not going to have 3 times as many units as the minimum is required. It seems to me we're going to be closer to the boundary of compliance, and I think that's why it's prudent to get the state on to see, just to make sure that they're not seeing some glitch or some other sort of problem.
Yeah, but
I don't see any harm to sending it in.
I know, but who would submit something with 3 times the amount of units? Are you suggesting that,
so we don't get
even the pro-density people wouldn't do that?
Arlington.
Are they?
Yep.
Okay.
Every community is different. People are approaching this in really different ways. And I think it's to Matthew's point, because we're choosing a direction thus far that's getting us very close to the minimum compliance. That's probably going to, justify a little bit more scrutiny to make sure that we're not, grazing it a little bit too closely.
I have to say this, when this doesn't work, and maybe we don't realize it for 5 years or 10 years, the state is not coming to the rescue of Milton. We will live forever with whatever doesn't work. I've been talking about the implications of this for a long, long time, for probably 9 months now. We have no idea what the implications are. We're going to have 1,000 new units. If we do Granite Ave and the 540B projects, we'll have 1,000 units here within 5 years. I would guarantee you that, 1,000 units within 5 years.
You're guaranteeing the state's going to sell their property within a couple of years?
You don't think?
Yes.
They're the ones that want
They
it.
need the money.
Pete Jackson
Yeah,
asked me
that's
the same
different.
thing. They're the ones that want it. What do you think, they're gonna block it? You know, it's the fastest way to get anything developed here. Then we'll be talking about building another school. And there'll be another $100 million worth of debt that we'll be worrying about. We're not even talking about that stuff. We're ignoring all of those things. And you know who's gonna pay for it? The taxpayers.
Those new units will be occupied by taxpayers
You know,
too.
and RKG said it when
Yeah,
he
but
was
not
there
enough.
last time.
Not enough taxes.
Yep.
Absolutely not.
Let's end our
Until we
meeting.
get
It's-
RKG
It's
in.
almost
All right.
11:30.
Yeah.
And we need to get,
It's not, to me it isn't.
Jesus. So we're gonna send this letter, or we cut these guys loose?
We
What
don't,
are we
we're
doing
gonna-
here?
all right, so I think, that
I
we
think
will
we're all set.
continue-
I think we have what we need
You
to
have what you need,
do
okay.
next step. Yep.
So, all right, thank you all so much. for-
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Zoe.
Thanks, everything. Yep.
All right.
Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Nice job,
Thank
guys.
you.
Have a good
Appreciate it.
So long.
It's a tough thing. All right. All right, so I do, and I think the only concern that I have, Tim, and maybe you can advise on this, is because the 22nd, the warrant committee needs to know what articles are coming from us. I think that we should commit to submitting a zoning article. And we don't have it yet. That's why I know you want to talk about zoning and start getting some meat on the bones, you know, and the template, that we have the template. I think we need to have some sort of vote that we will be submitting an article, and that Tim can let the warrant committee know that an article is coming. So is that appropriate, Tim? Because I think we do need to.
A separate article from the select board, you're talking?
I think at this point, our goal is to have our own zoning article, and that the select board will they'll remove their article, and our article will be the one that will move forward.
When's this gonna happen?
So we need to have a placeholder, technical placeholder, in the warrant committee.
September 22nd, is it?
September 22nd. We can pull it back. We can, if we are not ready, we can, if we don't have anything, we can pull back what we're
Well,
going to
I
put
don't
forward.
understand why we would go that path instead of letting them know that there's going to be an article. There's one from the select board. I don't understand why we're not going to look at the select board one before we make a decision to do a different one.
I think we
And-
do have to do, I
and
think we have to have
it's-
both.
It's written by our town planner based on, he's the professional, and the select board didn't write it, and it's based on the model bylaw. It just seems vindictive to me to the select
Is it
board
already
to
written?
somehow try and do a different article.
No, I think
don't
that's
understand it.
my understanding is that that's what they want. They want us to do an article, but because they were concerned that we would not have an article, they wanted to make sure that something was going to be submitted before December 4th. I think they're going to be happy that we are
Has
saying.
everybody read the article that was
No.
voted on?
But there's
Haven't
not
read it.
design guidelines in it. There's not what we want to be.
But
Cheryl, this,
and I targeted, I
personally,
made a lot of
I have
comments
so much
on it.
work to do to keep up with what we're trying to do. Reading another article, I don't have enough of time to read another article. You know, and
It's the model bylaw with the edits tailored for
But
Milton.
isn't it our goal to put our own article for it, the planning board?
I understand that. I'm the only one that's read it from what I just asked. And so
Yeah.
I can't imagine
got
why.
it. We just got
No.
it
We've had it for,
I read it.
for a couple of weeks. And so my point is, how do you make a decision that you're going to do something different if you have something that you're starting with?
Because
I
we
mean, I
saw
just
it.
have a different
They went
point.
to-
we have yet to finish the work that we started. We've been working on this for months. Why can't we finish our own work and do it independently and come up with our own article and give the residents two options?
You're going to write the zoning from scratch? It's a daunting task if you think you're going to get
Well, the
it done in
select
a
board
week.
seemed to get it done.
No, we're going to have a
That's
template.
because
We have a
the town
template.
planner do it based on the model bylaw.
So is he gonna do it for us too? That's what I assumed.
No,
No?
we are going to, we want to have a
What's that?
legal consult, but we need to have a placeholder for our own
Yeah, that's what
article.
we should do.
Right here.
Yeah.
Who's writing it?
So
Listen to
either we'll
Maggie.
have the template with something that we like better with guidelines, we've already discussed setbacks. There's no parameters to I think the select board, this is what they want, is to see us really move forward on writing and having a zoning article.
Tim, is that your understanding with the select
Yeah.
board? that they
That was
wrote,
what I
that
was.
they wrote this article just because they thought we would not do it in a timely manner, and that our article would replace their
I think they're
article.
counting on you to add your input and edits to, I mean, I don't think the anticipation was starting from scratch on an entirely new article. I mean, the article that they sent you has dimensional parameters, it has development standards, it has site plan review procedures, it has all of that.
So
It's
you
just-
wrote that for them?
Yeah.
But they didn't, we didn't hear them talk about it for 10 seconds in that meeting. Have they gone through all of those with you, or is it just your work? If I could finish, is it just your work independently?
It's so they've read it. They've talked about it as much as they talked about it, but I think the whole point was, here's something for the planning board to work on. Let's give them the time to work on it in anticipation of a December 4th town meeting.
Can we spend, instead of 5 minutes talking about that, put it up on the screen and you can run through it and just to get the idea of what's included.
I just thought we just needed to have a, and this
So
is not
what
I think what we're ultimately doing is doing sort of that, but what if they don't want our changes? I just feel like I want for our work to be our work.
The meeting I saw is that they discussed it for about 15 minutes, turned to Tim and said, which option do you like, one or two? And he said, I can't choose between, which child I like the best. And they just said, okay, one.
So let
It
me
was
just make a
done.
comment about other
I
zoning.
don't understand.
So Ned Corcoran said earlier that it was a planning board article for the memory care. It was only a planning board article after they submitted it as an article, and then the planning board decided to make it better by working on it.
And it became our article.
But we took what he started with and improved it. We did the same thing for Winter Valley.
How long did that
We
take?
did the same thing for assisted
I think
living
that's sort of
when
what
it
we're
was
doing.
over on Randolph Ave. It's going to take a lot less time than starting from scratch.
Okay, but how long did it take to do one article for the memory clinic?
I don't remember how many
It took you
meetings
3
it
years
took.
to do Milton Village. We're doing 5 zoning districts plus a transit area in 3 months?
Not even 3 months.
And
we just
I
got
have
it.
a hard time believing we're going to put out a good product for the people of Milton. I know we're not going to.
Okay,
And
so
I have a hard time
there's
believing
no,
the select
I don't
board's
think there's
product
any
is.
harm in us wanting to put an article, and I think it's not going to, it might not be much different, but it might be different, by what we're doing, that we're improving. I just think it should be our own work, and that we've been working on this all along. We can pull ours back, or the select board can pull theirs back, but I think it
So
should
what
be our
and having
work.
read it, what I will tell you is the work that we're doing will inform which districts there are, and it only is going to refer to a map. It's going to call it Mattapan Station, Milton Station, Triplex Station. And each of those zones has a chart where you're going to fill in the dimensional standards. So it's a 10-foot setback, a 15-foot setback. And then it's going to have things about the design standards. It has standards in there. Right now, the standards and the site plan approval process do not apply to the triplex district. One of my comments was that should apply to every district.
Right.
But the other things about it, there is standard zoning stuff. There's nothing that we need to recreate about that. So the part that we need to really spend our time on is the map and the dimensional
Correct.
standards.
But I'm
and
saying
adding any. So we don't need to spend
But
time
everything
writing
that
the rest of it.
everything that the select board put into their article was information that we have been developing, that we have been working on. Why would we abandon our own process?
It's just a turf thing at this point, in my view. It's not about
It's
what's...
not. We're being we are being consistent, and I think that they're going to be happy that we have a really good article, because that's what we all want for the best of our town. This isn't.
I don't know how we're writing it when only one person's even read what we've got so far, so I don't know who's writing it.
Because we haven't gotten to the
Next week.
point where we're writing the
I
zoning,
didn't
because we
even
have
think
to.
to read the select board's article. I thought we were working on our own stuff. I didn't even.
That's just not...
Well, let's
That's
not
wasteful. We're
wander,
wasting the planning director's time then.
let's
Right?
not wander into
No.
criticism of each other. This is hard enough as it
So-
is. So,
It is. We're
And
just
also
we're trying to do.
My other question
right there.
is, if my understanding is you can't alter somebody else's work, or else then it becomes out of scope.
That's not been submitted to anyone but to us.
So that was my
They haven't even
concern.
opened the warrant yet, so it's not an
So
article
I just want to
yet.
make sure we have a placeholder. I think we're all agreeing, we're all sort of doing the same thing. We're working with the same template. We might change that template slightly. I think we just need to, I would like for us to be committed to trying to submit an article. And if we can't,
I'm committed to that.
I think there's nothing wrong with our being committed to writing what we want is a article for the December 4th town meeting. So we're working and, we're doing the best that we can. It just, we may, and we will have a public hearing on the select boards, but
So
maybe
we're going to confuse the public by having two articles.
No, well, that's why I won't go there, but we are committed to writing a zoning article.
I think we
and-
should work on and edit the article we've been asked to edit and have one article too, so we don't confuse
I
people.
disagree. I think we should have our own article. If there's good information in there that we want to use and make part of ours, we'll do
Yeah.
that. We'll do that. There's nothing wrong with that. If
and
they have
it's not
something that they've prepared, really, it's Tim's work. If there's some parts of what Tim's prepared there that we feel should be ours and we should use it, we should use it. I'm not interested in recreating the wheel, but I am interested in being the planning board. And this has been our issue. And if anybody got out of their lane, I don't think it was us.
Who's going to write the article?
I'm
Who's
not sure.
volunteering?
We have Tim is
I
going
mean,
to not put the template in.
I'm happy to do what, but you're going to have to explain to me how what you want to do is different from what's already been done. Because I already wrote an article. And so
Right.
I need some
It's
direction
gonna
as
be,
to
well,
what.
we already have a lot more information that I think we can put into that. And then we will have a legal, we will have an attorney look it over and maybe make changes, additions, We're not reinventing the wheel, but I would just like for us to pursue our own article. And if there's a motion on the table to that,
I make a motion that the planning board supports creating our own article.
I'll second that.
Is that
all
what
in
you're
favor?
looking for?
Yes, and, yes, and that we have a placeholder for the warrant committee to know that we're working on something. And I think that something that the select board is going to really think is a really good piece of work, and maybe a backup, maybe a second option.
So they're going to need that, though, before, or around September. That's a week, right?
They
September
don't-
22nd is a
Friday,
week?
that's next Friday, so we need a meeting next week. So let's finish our motion first.
Okay, finished, all right,
So we
second.
made-
I seconded it, so now we're
yeah,
discussing it,
yeah,
right?
now we're discussing it. So are we committed to writing an article by next week
And
and approving it?
We don't have a map that is, you're basically, if you look at what they've done, what Tim wrote is based on a map that was from a couple of meetings ago from UTIL, right?
Right.
So they took a point in time and said, we're writing the zoning based on that. Have you picked a point in time that you're going to write the zoning around? We haven't selected a map yet. So that's the first thing. You don't have zoning without a map.
That's why I don't think we have to have the exact zoning language, Tim. Is that, we can let the warrant committee know that we will be submitting an article. We don't have it quite yet because I agree that we have to have some specific maps, but that we let them know that there will be an article forthcoming, is all I'm planning to do at this point.
And as far as comment, I'm going to comment that I think it absolutely makes zero sense to have competing articles with the select board. So I support us working on an article. I don't think it needs to be a separate article. So I think it's unfortunate that we're taking this path, and I feel it's unfortunate that I'm going to have to vote no on it, because I think it's just trying to compete with the select board. I think it's a wrong message to send, and it's going to just put our planning department having to duplicate its work instead of working on the things that really need to help advance this. And I don't think it's the right direction.
If only we had more time.
I know, but, all right. Discussion, all
How
right.
could we get more time?
All in favor of the planning board continuing to work on our own article? Aye.
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 Aye. And
Opposed? No.
no, okay, all right. We're going to keep moving this forward. So Tim, I'll follow up on a conversation just on that, because we do need to finalize these districts very soon. So,
And can I ask you all to read my comments on it? Because I did spend time reading it, and I think you owe me the respect of reading my comments on it.
Oh, and we have
Thank
to have
you.
a public hearing on those, too. So it's,
On both articles.
yeah, whatever we do have to have a public hearing and comments, because as well. Tim, the question is, should we have a meeting next week? But you're out of the country, so I think you should be part of that. So I think we'll put it on for the 28th to discuss
Well,
some.
how are we going to get an article into the?
We're already past.
It doesn't, I don't think it has to physically be an article, but I think we have to let them know that there's an article that will be coming.
I think if they read this select board article, they get the gist of it. I mean, you can, again, you're going to say that it's a planning board article, but if you want to give them a heads up of what they're going to be contending with, Tim has already been to the warrant committee.
Yeah, I think
he's already talked about it.
Yeah.
He can show them maps and say this line is in the transit area is moving here or here a little bit, but these are generally the areas.
Yeah.
It gives them something to start with. And as far as like, can we talk about the overall schedule? Because if we have a meeting on the 28th, but we don't have one until the 12th.
So we're going to have RKG.
So it seems like the first week of October would be another good
I agree, the
week
5th.
to target a meeting. My understanding is the warrant's going to go to press, what do we say, like a third week of October? So if we said we have a meeting on the 5th and the 12th, maybe even we have one, the week of the 16th. Just if we hit 3 weeks in a row, just to, the 12th is going to potentially have a lot of other things. So if we have at least 2 meetings dedicated to it.
Yeah, I agree.
So
We'll be
schedule
doing-
something for the 5th is what you're saying right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Tim, does that work for you, though? October 5th, okay, all right. All right. So we'll add that meeting, and then we'll have the 12th as well. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so we need to quickly wrap up this.
And we can't meet next week at all because Cheryl's
Cheryl's
gone.
away, and I think was part of the zoning, and everybody can look over sort of that document, and we'll be prepared to, sort of look and I don't know, did you share attorney information, any of the attorneys with
No,
Tim that you had talked?
No, because I was writing a scope of work, so I can send that to Tim. I took information off of the scope of work for the consultants, and so I know we only have like 15 minutes before midnight, and I really want to get voted on this letter. So in my opinion, I thought that a scope of work would be one, to provide legal analysis and written opinion on the validity of the laws defined in section 3A as it compares to the guidelines. Please provide legal analysis and written opinion of how they compare and contrast specifically regarding enforceability as it applies generally to the Commonwealth and specifically to the town of Milton. Legal opinion number 2 is to draft appropriate zoning language based on the resultant determination of districts, guidelines, setback, design standards, site plan approval as directed by the planning board, and then possibly begin discussion.
Do you want to just share that with Tim and just give that with Tim? Tim probably also has some language
It just has the law, but I still
for
have.
reaching out to,
I'm gonna have to run this through the town administrator, because it's the select board is who engages legal counsel for the town. So I don't know where this fits into our relationship with our own attorneys and how we're supposed to go about procuring legal counsel. So that's something that's just going to have to just go straight to Nick's office.
So for writing zoning?
I mean,
I
think it's one thing to get sort of assistance in terms of, drafting zoning. I think it's a different thing to ask for a legal opinion about the town's interaction with state law.
So I've asked town council for
Wait,
that.
I'm sorry. these are two different things. I was talking about our zoning, so.
Yep, that's one of the things.
So that, yeah, I agree that Tim should talk to town council about this. I was talking about getting somebody lined up to look at our zoning
Yep,
too.
so that's part of it. But I've asked town council now for a few weeks, and we took a vote for them to review and give us a legal memo, and they have not done that yet.
Okay. So that we'll defer to Tim, but I am thinking that we want to have somebody lined up to overlook the zoning too.
Did you not want to have Bob Mitchell look? Is that what his?
Yeah, Bob Mitchell was one of the ones. But it was interesting. I bumped into Kathleen O'Donnell, and she said, Bob Mitchell's not an attorney.
I know.
And I thought that it said that in the proposal.
No.
I know he's written a lot of zoning, but so I'm open to. Tim might have other sources too. So I'm not. Bob was one of them, but.
So do you want me to send out Maggie's thing to? I mean, do you want to look at it? I mean, do you want to edit it? I mean, like it sounds like.
I can email it.
It sounds like there's elements there that may be in or out.
Yeah, because it's almost two different types of two different
I
lawyers.
don't know that I'm comfortable with us not reading what Maggie prepared and it not taking a vote before it goes to town administrator. So I absolutely support having somebody take a look at the zoning from a, like we talked about asking an opinion about the model bylaw and if anybody had any concerns about that. But if we're talking about other things which require the select board to engage someone, I think we need to see what that is. But
I agree. Yeah.
So should we have Tim ask town council if they'll give us an opinion, or?
We voted on that last week.
So where are we with that, Tim?
I haven't heard anything.
Did you ask him?
I mean, Meredith reached out directly to town council.
all right.
Yeah, so I'm
And he's
expecting
just
that
not
we will
doing it.
hear something back. But maybe,
So it's just another delay.
well, all right. Okay, we're going to run out of time to, will you send that to Tim? We can, and then, or circulate that around to the board. But if we don't discuss the letters, those are not going to get approved if we
did
want.
you send a second one? You said you were working on a
I did not, I'm sorry. I sent it to Tim at this meeting because I did not realize that he had not gotten it. But do you want to put up the request?
The latest one that
The
you
extension,
sent?
the request for extension first?
Well, not the extension, we need that classification.
Or the class, either one, it doesn't matter which
Well, we
one.
got the letter from back, the select board got the letter back, right? So
Yeah,
So this is
our own request.
Yeah.
And this is a request,
This is, Tim,
Of
this is
the-
the one you just sent during the meeting, right? This, yeah, okay, yep.
oh, I didn't check my
so
email
if you
during
can
the
pull up,
meeting.
and I can't, can we make that larger font? For those of us who can't see. So this is actually going to the chair.
I don't see an attach, oh wait, maybe this is last message.
I read it, I thought it's well-written.
There were more, okay, sorry, I'm just gonna come over. Whoops. Can everybody pull that up and read that? The one thing I realized, and this is, the first Ashmont station is capitalized, and I was trying to correct this on the original draft. As you go down, all the other stations should be capitalized as well.
Oh, the word station after Ashmont, you mean, right there?
Yeah. Yes.
Just one at the top of the page.
Yes and no. I'd started to do that.
You want it to be capitalized?
They should be capitalized.
Okay.
And I think
Were there any other?
I think I had, matter of control, just access downtown, transfer. Should I go redesign it? Station, that's a station right there that needs to be capitalized.
So Maggie, if town council doesn't get back to us by next
Yep,
meeting,
so that was it. It was just everything else, sort of
Should you
proofread and
split that
gone
letter
over.
into two, or that proposal into two?
So I think the other thing that would be important to know is the
Yeah.
distribution list. Who are we sending this to?
So this is going to, because I think this is different, sending it to the Board of Directors, who are actually the decision makers on the reclassification.
Plus Philip Ang,
Yeah, everyone,
Gina Fiadaco, everyone that we approved last time.
Gina's not there anymore.
Wasn't
But
she still?
I think they swore in the interim
So the Board
earlier
of,
this week.
yeah.
So whoever
current
the
Board of
yeah.
Directors are,
what was Gina Fiadaco's
Secretary of Transportation.
Secretary of Transportation?
okay.
That's a good one.
And that was that we voted last week, but I made some edits on it, so I just didn't want to send it out without everybody being able to read through that.
Did we want to send it to the elected delegation? Did we want to send it to the
Yes.
City of Boston?
And I think we should include the town administrator. Should we send it to the town administrator or Mike Zulus? I feel like we want to include them. But yes.
Can you put up the first page of that, please,
Can we? It has the third paragraph in it that,
There's a section in last week's that we saw that said something to the effect.
Do you mind coming up?
sorry, yes.
Speak to the microphone.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. There's a section in the one that was voted on last week that had a clause that said, at the very least, we ask you to please.
It's in the second.
Last
Is it in
paragraph?
Isn't it in the second paragraph?
I don't see it.
It's in the you know what, in this
The
one,
last
this was
paragraph?
it was in the last paragraph
Okay.
on that.
Yeah.
I know you would put it in the second paragraph. It sounds like it's a closing paragraph.
Yeah,
And
because
so,
I assumed that people who are reading this are only reading the first part of the letter, and we need to
I
ask them
think-
what we're asking for,
There?
in case they don't read the whole
At the very
letter.
least, we respectfully ask the MBTA? Okay, good.
This piece
And
right
it's
here.
just,
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah,
it was just a,
yeah, I know. Yeah,
Okay,
it's,
thank you.
right, I get, it just didn't, it sounded like awkward in the positioning of it. Is it okay to send it like this?
Yep.
All right.
I'd like to make
Can
a
I have a
motion.
motion because I think we just revote to send this. Can I have a motion
make
to?
a motion to send this letter to the MBTA.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay, then the other letter is a request for the extension of deadline extension from HLC.
Did we have a more recent version than the one Jim most recently sent? Or
The
was-
one I sent to you. And I think you sent that out to everybody. And we can read through that too, because
extension?
I
Here we go.
apologize for not getting this, that I didn't work on it earlier. And Jim, thank you for,
It was fantastic. It was really a great letter. Nice job.
I know I read it
It says-
earlier. There was
just
two
pulled it up.
of them.
My only
Yeah.
thing was where you said we think it's helpful to point out that Milton has 3 unique challenges. I think there are 4. I think that we should mention that our planning department is staffed by 2 full-time planners and 1 part-time clerk, because it seems to me that the other rapid transit communities, and I only looked up a handful, had at least 10 staff members. So I think that puts us in a unique position, that
That's a
even
good-
though that, our staff works very diligently and efficiently. You know, it's a lot to ask.
I agree.
You know, 2 people to do.
But are we interested in getting this out tonight too? I will say thank you, Meredith. I do think that your changes by putting it to Town of Milton and so forth and not having it be so specific to the planning board, make it something that I can support. I've said I think we need more time, and I think this lays out why we need more time. So I'm not opposed to the draft that you sent out through Tim.
I mean, this is going to be another issue where does the planning board speak for the town, or does the select board speak for the town?
But it's
Okay.
the
Well, the
Milton
town
plan-
is
I think
working
it's the
on
way
it.
it's worked. Yeah, it is. It's the warrant committee, the select board, the planning. We're all
I mean,
working on this
but we're
together.
sending a communication on behalf of the town to the state.
I see. Okay.
But I think it's worded.
We can write our own letters, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, but, I mean, if you say the planning board wants to do X, Y, and Z, the planning
No,
board
but
can do
it
whatever
does
it
All
say-
I'm
wants.
saying is the
but-
town is working and
All it says is
diligently.
the town is working diligently to comply.
And then it says what the select board did and what the planning board did.
Yeah. It wasn't saying that it just says the town of Milton is working diligently to comply with section.
No, that's
3A.
fine, that's fine. I just, that's one thing that's been kind of specifically like
Yeah.
drilled into me that like,
Yeah, no, because I was very in tune to that too, but I think we're not asking for anything that's, we're just saying, we are working hard together. So if we want to add, where would we add that, Tim, that we are, that Milton has 4 quite unique challenges? First,
Milton must be the smallest town that's in the rapid transit.
trolley stops to,
I don't think you try to fit it in there. I think that's so well written, I wouldn't touch that. That's really well written. I think you add a paragraph after that.
or just even a sentence.
Yeah, well, it might just be a couple of sentences, in addition to the above, our resources are dramatically limited, to 2 full-time and 1 part-time position in our planning department.
Should we let Tim write that line?
I'd actually prefer Meredith to write it.
No, okay.
Yeah.
All right, why don't I write a sentence or add something that, to that effect? And then send it to Tim, 'cause
I'm good with the letter with
or
you
just, should we
having-
just send it as is?
I'm
And
good with it too.
I am too. If we send it as is.
maybe we
great.
just
I don't
send it
wanna
as
hold it
is,
down.
but,
Yeah,
Yeah.
just get it out there. We got 4 minutes.
But I think it's a unique situation
yeah.
for a
And
rapid
it's-
transit.
Okay, so a vote to request, or to send this letter, I should say.
Make a motion to send out the letter to request more time.
Let's second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Meredith, can you send me the Word version of this? So I can get it on
yes.
letterhead? Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, great. All right, I'm so tired now, I'm like sitting here. Okay,
You're not going to go home now?
no, now I think that is concludes our agenda for this evening, so a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, thank you all, thank you all.
Thank you.
Very much.
Good morning. Thank you all for your
Yeah,
dedicated effort.
yeah, we got a lot done tonight. Good, okay.
A lot of-